I mean, it's not any problem to drive, for it's work. Idea flew into the, frankly, just behind the, that's sidewalks. This- a piece of plastic, generally stuck back in. Oh, I'm fine. We just glory in this. Let's talk like here, like we should go to us. Yeah,
Actually, I'm waiting for the meat to come.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the New Shoreham Town Council meeting. We're meeting, it's a hybrid meeting and via Zoom in Town Hall at 16 Old Town Road, Block Island, Wednesday, January 9th, 2022 at 6 p.m. The New Shoreham Town Council will meet via telecommunication pursuant to State of Rhode Island Executive Order 2022-01, dated January 6, 2022, as amended. Open session Zoom access to dial in, toll free, cellular landline. The phone numbers are listed on the agenda. If you don't have one, you can find that on Clerk Base or in meeting ID. And we don't have the bandwidth to support a video link for members of the general public. Please dial in or watch YouTube, the New Shoreham YouTube page. First item on the agenda and only item under the agenda tonight at 6 p.m. is the town council will meet to discuss and evaluate candidates for lobbyists. May 4th Group, Panoni, Lopes, Devereaux, and O'Gara, and Advocacy Solutions LLC. This item may be held in closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4246-5A1 for the discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such persons or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that this may require that the discussion be held in an open meeting. What's the council's pleasure?
I'm good to keep it open.
Trying to think of what we're doing. I would say open, but if there's a reason not to, I'm open. But I haven't thought of it.
I don't think we're going to say anything more here than we're going to say once the item comes up later in the agenda, so I don't have a problem keeping
The
it
only thing
open.
I can think of if you wanted some kind of negotiation strategy, and I don't see that, yeah.
But I don't see that as tonight's, I mean,
Well, I also, I mean, I think, you know, I think we can negotiate. I don't have a problem saying what about this.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's kind of- Right.
Right, so you have an obligation to pull that in closed session
Gotcha.
and let them notify
Sorry?
them. We didn't notify them, but unless they asked to have it open.
Sorry, what was that, Millie?
They did get notified about job performance tonight, but you do need to just be careful about talking about job performance because that should be held in closed session.
Well, we do have it on, I kind of favor a closed session, to tell you the truth. When hiring someone, because we are going to come out into open session at 6 o'clock. And we are going to announce whatever, happens in there. And then we also have it on our agenda. But I think the closed session would give us an opportunity to discuss it since the last meeting that we had with them. Because we haven't had that chance, and we will obviously be able to come in at 6 PM after that meeting and let, at 7, before our 7, but at the end of the 6 PM meeting, we'll, do that. So I kind of would favor that. That's my opinion. I don't know if anybody shares that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. That'll make it easier for us to tiptoe around highlights and lowlights and
That's great.
Martha Bull, do you have a
Yeah, I don't have it.
Yeah.
close? All right. I'll make a motion. We go into closed session to discuss and evaluate the candidates for lobbyists. Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Keith?
Yes.
Martha? I am in favor. Sven?
Aye.
And Mark.
I.
Motion will carry 5-0. We're going to close session. Report anything at the end.
Or we can go
Yeah. I gotta go. Well, thank you for coming. Yeah, so I did make it on that. Okay, so I just want to, so we'll do this.
I know.
Putting a face to the.
Doesn't matter. So I didn't understand.
Thanks, Ben.
My daughter's a natural record.
So must be just before.
That's true.
So let's send it to them. Oh, is it sitting right there? Did it go back to like? Yeah, something like that.
Anyway.
Would you 6%? Yes, I saw that. Secondly, there's, they were tonight. Is there any? I know.
Pumps or things like that. Somebody.
Yeah, so,
And, I know. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, you want to cover this, okay. No rush, but soon.
Really excited. Great time.
So, yes,
Yes, yes. This is.
doesn't seem to be my master.
Here, there are missing.
Just trying to how it's hockey.
It's good. Emma started karate time. So those are the.
And then, you know, so maybe about the number. Well,
I guess not.
Did you try to call it? No, I know I have you. Try, no, I wish I got one more thing.
So there's a lot more overlap with these ones.
All right, yeah, let's just sit on it for a minute. Chris Blaine will.
This is March.
Yeah.
Please, please.
I see that.
This is after the, taking a long time.
Call that off.
It's January 18th.
Yeah,
Date on it.
it's in,
I
yeah,
had it yesterday, right?
Pages are, book gets everyone, so.
you good? All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the New Shore Town Council hybrids via Zoom and Town Hall meeting for Wednesday, January 19th, 2022. The open session Zoom access codes are on the agenda. They can also be found on Clerkbase. We don't have the bandwidth to support a video link for members of the general public, so if you'd like to, you can dial in or you can watch on the New Shore YouTube channel. 7 o'clock meeting. Item number 1 is public comment. Does anybody have any public comment this evening? Chris Blaine?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the proper way to go about it, but,
Could you walk up to the microphone so everybody could hear you? I
And
know.
just so you know, Chris, it's only for the YouTube, it's just so that YouTube picks it up.
Yeah, Chris Blaine. Just not sure if this is the right way to do it, but on the agenda tonight, you have number 12, which is the hunting dates. I asked several members of the council probably a week ago whether any weekend hunting dates had been recommended. Absolutely not. Ask a member of the Deer Task Force. Absolutely not. Well, lo and behold, the Deer Task Force has recommended hunting on the weekends just yesterday. I don't think I would be allowed to put something on the agenda if it came in yesterday, but that's a story for another day. I'd like to ask the council to take that and have a meeting that's dedicated to the hunting dates. None of this has been in the newspaper. Nobody's had any chance to read this. The only reason I got it is because Doug Michelle just showed it to me. Nobody knows about this that I'm aware of except a handful of people. So before you go making changes like that, let's have either a work session where people can attend. And it's a pretty drastic change. And I know that, oh, it's archery only. Well, let me tell you something about archery now. New crossbows are deadly at 100 yards. That's a 2-inch, they guarantee a 2-inch group out of the box, one manufacturer, I've shot them. 100 yards is 300 feet. The archery safety zone is 200 feet. If anybody on the council would like to stand out there at 100 yards and let me take a few shots with a crossbow, no problem. I mean, you need to rethink this. And there are other things that need to be brought into the discussion, but I'd like to see this instead of when everybody's tired and everybody's getting a little bit cranky because they're late to the meeting. Let's have a meeting that's dedicated to hunting dates and then everybody knows what they're there for. So however you can do it, if you can do it, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris. And that's exactly what I was just discussing with the clerk when I went over to that table, because I know that these dates weren't in our packets. And we got these, I don't think any town council member has these because they came in an email. So again, like, I think I agree, but I think when we get up to item number 12, we'll certainly discuss and dispose of that in the proper manner. Does anybody else have any public comment? Doug Michelle?
Or back up what Chris Blaine said. Or back up what Chris Blaine said. I'm glad you're gonna put it off, because I'm gonna hand out what someone gave Millie, our town clerk, to put on clerk base over the weekend. There is not one word that says hunting on weekends. There are no start dates. All of a sudden yesterday, brand new letter shows up that's totally different from what was given to the council to be posted.
Thank you, Duggan. Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. We'll get to that in number 12, and thank you for your
I got
input.
this and I'm like, I don't have to go to a meeting. There's no weekend hunting.
Right,
Bye.
and I,
Thank you.
thank you.
I know Millie for 20 years. She doesn't act on job. Not me.
There's also the overlap of fencing.
This is 23, 24.
You good?
Yeah.
Any other public comment? Martin,
Conquering my fear of public speaking.
you're gonna be an old pro at this.
What?
You're gonna be an old pro at this.
Not hunting related.
It's okay.
Just wanted to let you guys know we had our first attainable affordable housing gathering. I just want to thank the council members that did come, provided input, feedback. It seemed well done. We are going to have another gathering just to kind of go over ideas for the community forum that was suggested at the town council meeting, and would like to kind of extend our help for setup, time, date, agenda gathering. So my update. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment this evening? Hearing none, item number 2 on the agenda is a report from Dr. Tom Walkup, Block Island Medical Center Director, regarding the COVID-19 and public health, and or discuss and act on an emergency town ordinance to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and visitors to the town, which are imminently imperiled by unforeseen circumstance. Dr. Tom Walkup will not be with us this evening, but I think, Mary Ann, do you have a quick rundown of a report?
Sure,
Thank you.
yes, the council did receive this. I think Millie will eventually get it up on Clerk Base, but what Dr. Walcott did report is that, as we all well know, that Rhode Island remains in high transmission category. In December, 948 sample tested with 4,508 positive Delta variants with 1 Omicron. July 18th, 11,140 samples with 4,600 with Omicron. Breakthrough hospitalization cases with those who have been vaccinated still remains very low at about 10.9%, with a survival rate of 94.1. Rhode Island fully vaccinated at 78%, partially is 99. 18 and over that are vaccinated, it's 88%. Here in New Shore, we had at least 12 new cases in the past 10 days, mix of adults and students. There's some statistical information which I won't bother going through, but one thing of note is that the vaccination clinic that was slated to be held the week of January 27th, RIDOT has canceled the 27th. And has reached out to the 3 people that had signed up. There were only 3 people who have signed up. We've seen a dip in folks going to get vaccinated. They will come out the following week on February 3rd, where currently there's only 6 people registered. However, they will move the 3 that had not received to be vaccinated, see if they can go at that point. They have reached out through blast and calls, that being RIDOT, of folks who are not vaccinated, to let them know that the clinics are available. So just to be clear, there will not be the clinic here the week of the 27th, but they will follow up with the week of the 3rd. And the week of February 3rd, most likely will be the last time that they'll be doing vaccinations here on Block Island, most likely. That's not definitive, so that's where we are.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any comments from the public? I'll let the EMA director go. Bill McComb?
Yeah, just to follow up what Mary Ann said, that, I want everyone to know that if you still want shots, when you're on the mainland, you can walk in any Walgreens or CVS, and they're plentiful, so it's not a problem getting them also. Also, the state made available, actually 250 kits, which is 500 shots of, 500 test kits. We picked up our supply, they've given them out to the rest of the state. I picked up our supply yesterday, and Mary and I had talked, we distributed them between the medical center, Liz through the school, and the rescue, and the fire department. So our town has gotten our share of what the state has distributed out.
Thank you, Bill. Superintendent?
Yeah, I just,
Could you
this.
Yes.
Go to the mic.
Sure. Liz, come on up with me.
I'm so lucky to work with Liz. She's doing an awesome job. I think Dr. Warcuff's numbers were from our last SWAT meeting. We've been meeting collaboratively, but we had a few more cases since that time. So it's a little bit more than even what Dr. Warcuff was able to provide with you. So far, things are getting better, but we don't know for
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I'm happy to comment, in the last 6 days, well, last week, so there were 4 days last week, 1 this week. We've had 16 cases in the school. We proactively, because some of the people were away and they came back on a Monday, tested some of these parents. We have 5 positive parents, which then directly affected the early learning center because we know we overlap. So that was also part of our sort of cohesive group. And as far as vaccinations go, a lot of our kids have timed out because they changed the guidelines from 6 months to 5 months. So we have aggressively addressed that with the school, with the kids, with the parents, via email, via personal conversations. So we're really working hard because I think it was just, they timed out on December 10th and everybody's looking forward to Christmas and all of that. So today I can report that we did 73 PCRs yesterday and probably about 20 rapid tests. So we have 130 kids. So I want you to all recognize that amount of testing that goes on. We test most of the school population probably within an 8-day period, every single kid who's consenting. And all of our tests were negative except for 1, which we expected because we had diagnosed through a rapid the day before. So we're really happy to report this is the first time in like 7 days we've caught a break. And the kids have been good. We revisited our cafeteria plan, eat first, talk later, and distance of tables. That was a parent's recommendation. And anyway, that's my.
Yeah, so the
thing.
good
So we're
news
working
is,
together.
the data, we're sharing the data with Dr. Warcuff, but the data he was sharing was from the last
Yeah.
Thursday. And now the new data, I just wanted to make sure you were aware there was a little bit of a spike, but now we had a great day today. So
Finally.
high five to
That's right, we needed
our
that.
school team.
We needed it.
And,
Well, thank you all for your great work on that. And thanks for coming to the meeting tonight and letting and updating.
Oh, it means, so for example, I'm just gonna pick, Sally Smith, I love that name. Sally Smith got her first vaccination in May, and her second vaccination in June, within 4 weeks, so she was considered fully vaccinated, we thought it was great. And then several months ago, as we know, the CDC and the FBI, well, them too probably.
Well,
really.
it's Block Island.
It could be. The FDA said, no, everybody needs a booster. So it was a 6-month, and we were like, okay, so that's December 10th, we're all good. There were not a lot of vaccine clinics in December. And then we really kind of thought we settled down. We were so glad it had just reached a lull. And we were all, glad about that. And then they changed it to 5 months. So that happened 2 weeks ago. And so therefore now it's not just timed out 3 weeks, it's timed out actually now 9 weeks. So parents were notified and we've aggressively pushed the clinics for the kids. And that's where we're at.
Thank
And
you.
as far as data goes, I wanted to share with you, our COVID cases have been in vaccinated children, a couple unvaccinated. We had an interesting case of 2 episodes of COVID in 1 child within 30 days. So that debunks the theory about immunity a little bit because it was a different variant, but it's really not compliance or the kid timed out. It's just the way this virus is so efficient and so quickly transmittable with children, with everybody. But we haven't had any really sick kids. So we're so grateful for that. And that's the biggest thing. Okay,
Thank you. Well, I got you up there. I mean, I know this was difficult for the kids. I know it was difficult for mine getting out of there the first year. How's it going? Like, how they doing?
I thought of it today. Little kids are sloppy with masks and should be forgiven, right? We're sloppy with masks and we're all grown up. The older kids, and I said this to you, I'm not sure whether it's just teenage defiance or just, they can do whatever they want because they know everything. That's the struggle really in sort of the upper grades where it's like this. And, I don't like my mask, right? It's a pain. It's hot. But we've always been aggressive. And I don't like dirty rat behavior. This one didn't have their mask on. But if we see it continuously, we kind of do become dirty rats. So like, you got to play the game. So for the little kids, I kind of feel like, God, we test them so much. Why do they even need masks at this point? Because some states are trying to do away with the mask completely. But at this point, we're on top of each other. It's not in school. We know what it's like after school. You can't control grades so we've also changed. The FBI?
Yeah.
We've changed our communication patterns rather, which has really been more efficient. But really, we never saw this coming, I have to say. It was like a bomb last Tuesday. We just were like, how can this be? And we took advantage of knowing those 5 and then acting on that. And I think it really proactively, you all know Linda Closter, she's gonna make sure you get it done. And she did. She really was aggressively after hours, before school, whatever. So I think we've done a good job, but it's tough for the kids. The masks are tough.
Yeah, but I would add, our staff are great and that we remind kids in a nice way. And kids are resilient. It's pretty amazing. The kids really are respectful for the most part. It's just their kids. They're human.
It's just like,
So-
just put it up just for the next hour, please.
So.
Yeah, well, the reason I ask is that, like, I know the education system and learning on the kids' end has been, that's the chaos you've been thrown into in the past 2 years. And like, it's a whole different learning environment. And I was listening to your meeting last night and I was just learning last week that there was, some progressive superintendents and you brought it up last night, it was like redesigning schools because it doesn't seem as though this will be going away.
We had to redetermine midterms.
And well, that's the whole thing, but I mean, the spaces and everything, like with probably what you're gonna show us tonight with spaces and all. And I just thought like it was the first time I'd ever heard like a schools, I think it was on the national news that schools are starting to adapt the school to live with COVID and not saying this is gonna go away, just learning to live with it and roll with it with the creating of the spaces, the this, that, and the other thing. So that's kind of what I was asking because I realized, it just made me stop and think because my son's not in that high school anymore, but he's in college and I'm just wondering about the poor kids that have to go through this, with the whole 9 yards and
They're now like.
and the parents for,
Testing, the kids were like, gonna test today, because it's also like 10 minutes out of their life where they can hang out in my office with me and Linda and it's kind of fun.
yeah.
And then the girls are I have to say, the high school girls are fantastic. They are so aware that they're like, I might have talked to somebody and test us, so.
That's
Thank
great.
you guys so much.
Yeah, thank
Really, really
you.
thank
Much
you very, very
appreciated.
much.
And thanks for coming tonight and giving us this update.
Hey Liz, students refusing to wear masks just gave me a flashback to when I was in Catholic school on just how they would approach that.
And sometimes I have to say, they really do slide down. And you can say that, put on your mask, and then 1 minute later, you watch it kind of go off their face. And they're kids and they're social, we're all social. So you try to be gentle when you go, can you pull that up, please? One more time.
Especially some of us who talk a lot, the mask starts going down.
But you know what, they're good kids, we're really lucky.
Yeah.
And they care about each other, which is even better,
Jesus.
because when one kid gets it, they're very aware to deal with, and that's great for us.
Right. Thanks.
Probably, hey, Bill, probably several of us got a text from someone who couldn't hear what you were saying about the test kits. So would you repeat it for us?
Sure.
And
At the microphone?
Oh, Bill, could you?
Could you? I'm glad to talk louder. Like we received some rapid test kits from the state. And those kits that we have, we distribute them through Liz at the school, the doctor's office, and with the rescue squad. So
Great.
the state has us on the radar and they include us in, we're getting the state separate out of town.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the topic? Thank you, everybody. Item number 3, continued, it's an item continued from December 15th and from January 4th. It's a public hearing to receive and act on the proposed amendments to the Town of New Shoreham General Ordinance, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 4, Public Property, Division 3, Capital Improvements. We have been, this has been continued twice from comments. I think we were asking for comments from the planning board. On January 14th, the planning board sent us a note saying that they had met at their January 12th meeting, and I'll read the note. Planning board supports strengthening language in the draft revised capital improvement program ordinance, Division 3 capital improvements in regards to the planning board's involvement in review of the projects. At their meeting on January 12th, the planning board voted 5-0 to send a positive recommendation to the town council on the proposed additional amendment to the capital improvement ordinance. The planning board recommended that the following language or similar be incorporated into the current draft amendments for the capital improvement program ordinance, and that the language should require a public meeting and not a public hearing. So the inclusion under 2-243B of the ordinance, processing of requests for capital improvements to draft revisions of the capital improvement program ordinance reads, the town manager shall refer the list to the planning board. The planning board shall review the list during a public meeting. Following the meeting, the planning board shall submit in writing to the town manager a determination as to the consistency of the capital improvement program with the comprehensive plan, including a list of projects, if any, with justification as to why they may be inconsistent. Any relevant concerns raised during the public meeting and any suggestions or additions or subtractions to the capital improvement program. Those are the changes suggested. Council have any questions, comments, concerns?
I like it. That was the public discussion after the note goes to the planning board that we talked about. So good with me.
Public have any comments on the ordinance changes? I see there's a member of the planning board here. Did you come to speak on that?
I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, Doug, Michelle, do you have a question?
I just have a question. If the planning board is not doing the capital budget, how is the process going to work now?
Marion, can you explain it to Ms. Michelle?
Sure, it's pretty much as outlined in the ordinance. So what happens now with the capital budget? Myself, Amy Lands as finance director, Matt Moynihan is the DPW director, and Tom Rism as facilities director. We met with every single department head and also community service. Based on those discussions and conversation, we'll then put together a 6-year capital plan. The 6-year capital plan will then be referred to the planning board. And as Andre just said, the planning board will review it and come back with comments. And, whether or not it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, then the capital plan, like all other budgets, will be dovetailed into one document. They'll then go to the town council with the other budgets and be subject to all the workshops in the financial town meeting.
Okay, so how about a development of a capital project from scratch, like the development of the overlook? How does the public have public input to that? If that's a capital project and the budget's going to be put together by how does the public have input on what they want done, what they don't want done? Somebody might want a marine center, somebody might want housing, somebody might want affordable housing. How does that tie in without getting to the very end and here's the capital budget, this is what we want?
So it's a 6-year capital plan, and a capital plan is nothing more than a planning document, and it can change over the years. So something like that, let's use the overlook. So the overlook, we know we purchased the property, we put in what was before the vote is what we think we'll be using it for. So what we'll do is we'll start plotting that out somewhere in the next 6 years. So say if it's in year 5 of this year's 6-year capital budget, that capital budget goes before the council. And at any meeting of that capital budget or any budget, or as we go through the budget process, anyone can make comments on that capital budget, whether it's something that's in year 1 or something in year 6. Once something gets in, starts moving up and it gets to the 2nd and 3rd year up to the 1st year, then we'll have a deeper discussion about that. And we'll go from there.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Go ahead, Sven.
One thing, Doug, one thing that was added, which the language that Andre read, after the town manager presents to the planning board reviews, it talks about, then there's an open meeting. Or it wasn't a hearing, it was like an open meeting, and that would be a time also. And that would be before it gets to the town council. So there's a number of, I believe, there are a number of open public meetings along that way.
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, because it is a planning board
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
they are our institutional memory going back 50 years.
One of the reasons that this took several weeks.
Keith, turn your microphone.
Get that.
You know, one of the reason that this took several weeks to finish is trying to hit that sweet spot, because I think everybody wanted to have as much public input as possible on this while trying to streamline the process. So I hope we've hit it.
Thank you.
Any other public comments from the public on the ordinance change?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing in regard to what Doug was raising, and I said this at the other meeting. There have been times when it's felt like what comes to the town council ultimately from the planning board has been basically everybody's I want list, that nobody would say, well, we don't have the money for it. And there's just a reality that hasn't been there, to be honest. And that's why everything would get pushed out 5 more years, because there wasn't that, I don't know why we pretend we have bottomless pockets. We don't. We've got to have a really firm, a really strong amount of input from the finance director that's going to be, I think, looked upon with a little more seriousness than what somebody wants or thinks we should do, because it's a good idea at the moment. And I just think this is a really good move toward getting something a little more realistic. And I used this example in the past when they started paving the dump road. People were saying, well, what happened? When did we vote? They said, well, we voted it. We voted a financial town meeting. It's in the capital plan. If anybody been paying any attention, you know it's there. And people go, oh, well, I didn't know that. Well, you voted for it. I'm sorry, but it's frustrating.
Thank you, Martha. Any other comments from the table or the public? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to approve the amendments to the town.
With the close meeting.
Oh, to close this public hearing. Is that what I do?
Close public hearing.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Keith, Martha?
Aye.
I'm in favor, Sven and Mark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0 to close the public hearing. I'll make a motion to, what?
We're going to re-advertise this with the new language. The attorney finds that it's being a broader change than should be made at the public hearing without re-advertising.
Okay, so do you need me to make a motion to accept these changes?
Yes.
And then we re-advertise
We advertise.
those changes?
Yeah, to a date, yeah, even though we got a date, yes, we do. And that is February 16th.
Okay,
We don't have
Yes.
We don't have to have another public hearing, do we?
yeah,
You did?
on the
Good,
changes.
1 and 1, great, perfect. Perfect.
No, you don't talk, you don't have to.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to accept the proposed amendments to the Town of New Shoreham General Ordinances, Chapter 2 Administration, Article 4 Public Property, Division 3 Capital Improvements.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Did you schedule it
Yes.
for the date, I'm sorry,
February 16th.
for February 16th?
It's just, that needs to be in the motion.
It does.
All right, so, amend the motion to accept the changes for the proposed amendments to the Town of New Shoreham General Ordinance, Chapter 2 Administration, Article 4 Public Property, Division 3 Capital Improvements, with a public hearing date of February 16th.
I amend my second.
All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Keith? Martha?
Aye.
I am in favor. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mary Ann. Everybody.
Item number 4 is continued from
Thank you, planning board.
Christine. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the work on this. Continued item from January 10th, 2022, discuss and act on approval of the easement plat 19, lot 3, the overlook property. Marion informs me that document might not be ready yet. Let's have some input.
That's correct.
Thank you.
If the council remember at the last meeting, they asked that land use attorney Bill Landry work with Joe Priestley finalizing some language based on some questions and concerns that did come up at the last meeting. They have been working on it since that meeting. They have made substantial gains in that particular area that they are almost ready to present it. However, they needed some more time. So once I hear back from Bill that they are ready to bring both documents, both the management plan and the easement back, we could possibly set up a special meeting, or we'll wait until the next meeting, which will be in February. So I will keep the council posted. I talked to Bill Landry as late as this afternoon, and he's wordsmithing a few things with Joe Priestley. So they're pleased with the progress that they've made in the recent weeks. So that will not be it's on the agenda, but we don't have any documents for you at this point.
Thank you so much for your update on that. Comments from the table? Public? Anything about that? That'll come up again. All right. Item number 5 is receive and act on the report of the town manager, public works, finance, school, library, recreation, administration, harbors, broadband, police, roads, and cable. The council has in their packet an update from the town manager, as well as on clerk base. I don't know if Marion, I don't think you have to go through the whole thing, but if you'd like to highlight some of the items.
Yeah, I can go through a couple of highlights for the council really quickly, because I know we have a few things on the agenda we need to get to. First, I'm pleased to report that the clerk's office will now be accepting a passports application. With Millie being appointed town clerk, she can no longer fulfill that role. And Keisha Brown, thanks to Keisha, over the weekend, she got that certification, and now she'll be the certified passport accepting agent for the town of Block Island. The highway department continues to be busy cutting that brush. The town has obtained 32 tons of salt from Belleville, which is called the Belleville Garage, which is located over in Wickford. I'm sure some of you have seen that place. It's next to the school there. Unfortunately, we have to be able to be responsible for picking up and transporting it because the state bid didn't have anyone to transport it here, but we have worked with some of the local contractors to help us in that areas. Matt and Mike and the highway department are working on new speed limit signs on the roadways. They're looking at all signs and they'll be upgrading and replacing a number of signage in this winter and spring anticipation of the busy season. Town engineer Jeremiah has reviewed the West Beach Road, and the current condition of that road. We do have some concerns that have been raised by a resident regarding that. He is working with the highway department and DPW to address the concerns that was raised. Also, Jim has worked on the drainage and the South Beach parking lot. He has come up with a recommendation. We are working with Orsted and DPW director as well as the facilities director to get things in motion for that particular project. And we will have that parking lot issue resolved obviously before the busy season. We continue to meet with staff, myself, Amy, Tom, and Matt continues to meet staff on capital budgets. As a reminder to the council, last year, we budgeted $50,000 in the capital budget for the new harbor plan. Town planner Allison Ring and I met with GM2 Associates. They're an engineer firm that initially started working on the scope of that project a couple of years ago. Based on what we budgeted of $50,000, they could do it. However, they would have to limit the scope. And I think with what has happened or will be happening in that area in the coming years, it'll be best not to limit that scope, but keep that scope broad enough and general enough, but yet specific enough, and get the work done that we need to get done in light of the facts of the sidewalks recently installed, the town purchase and the overlook property, and also the In the next couple of years, we'll see some construction of residential facilities also in that area. So that area is going through an interesting change and development. So I will be coming back this year within the capital budget, an additional $30,000 to $40,000 for that particular project. I am meeting, as I told, I'm sorry.
I know I always ask this and I can't. That end of Ocean Avenue.
Yep.
Is that the sort of north end of Ocean Avenue? Is that on the TIPS program? The TIPS program that exists?
I gotta check. I don't know off the top of my head.
Because that is a state road and that really. I don't think that should wait for.
No, anything on the TIPS project, no, we're not gonna wait for the study or anything.
Yeah, let's find out.
Yeah, I'll find that out.
What the status of that is.
Yep.
so that It kind of fell off the radar when they did the other half of the portion of Ocean Avenue, because, oh, Ocean Avenue is done. Then somebody went to the west side.
And finally, as a reminder to the council, I, interim director of Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management, and two of the staff meetings will be visiting Block Island on January 28th. He would like to visit the landfill. We'll be discussing the current proposal that is out, or the bids that have been received, proposal that have been received for the Gallon area that the council has chatted about a little bit, and also take them out to Mohegan Bluffs to take a look at the bluffs.
Have them go down to the beach. See if you can make that last 50 yards.
Sure.
And I just, is that just, what is that for? Their parking lot down there? Is that
I'm
what they-
sorry.
What are they're looking at the whole Mohegan Bluffs? Is that it? Is
Yeah,
the
I think,
whole-
I've been out there, staff have been out there. I think it's time, I think it's been a while since we've done some improvements in that particular area.
Yeah, that fence that they built is about ready to fall off the
Yeah,
bluff.
so
Yeah.
I think he needs to come out and take, that's how my initial conversation started. I
Yeah,
just
that's good.
told him specifically about the bluffs. Once I found out that was DEM owned. And I said, I think you need to come out or have staff come out and take a look at that area.
We certainly appreciate them coming.
Yeah, you need to make some improvements, the fire department has mentioned how they can improve the rescue area down there, how they can, do some rescue down there and stuff like that.
That agenda with DEM isn't gonna be strict, is it? If you want to bring up, if anyone wants to bring up anything they can,
Just let me know.
I'd like to see deer on that and remote parking on the mainland with a shuttle service.
Any comments about the town manager's report?
I have a few questions.
Go ahead, Pete.
If you don't mind. First of all, I said this to Millie privately, but may not seem like a big deal, but the recodification project concluding is a significant step. And it is, when it doesn't happen over several years, it is a huge undertaking.
It's a
So
nightmare.
thank you so much for doing that. I think it's really important in terms of access and people understanding kind of what's going on and what has gone on in government. On administration, I asked a few times last year, I guess this is also work session, but I asked a few times last year for a hearing or forum on community budget priorities. And I would like to have that conversation as you guys are working on the budget. I sort of felt like it was, for me at least, missing last year. I don't think I'm the only one who felt that way. So, something that's broadly advertised so people can come and say, I wish we were doing X or Y or Z. I think it's worth having that.
How much time would you like for that? You think an hour would be enough?
Probably not.
Okay.
Because
Because I was thinking maybe having it before the next council meeting, but
maybe, let's talk about that. But I think regarding DEM, a couple of things. One is, obviously exploring the idea of guaranteed spots. But if you can't do that broadly, I'm wondering about the possibility of guaranteed spots for people, for example, who are over 65 and have frequent medical appointments, Susan and I can figure it out if we don't, if we don't get back in, but there are some people who are, constantly in and out, not for matters of convenience, for matters of health. And I would imagine it's largely that population, but there may be others. The other thing that I've thought of is the possibility of the town entering into a lease to lease the DEM lot. And then we can make our own rules about it and recoup our lease investment via payments for parking places, but then we can establish our own rules in terms of in and out. And even if it's not the entire lot, perhaps we could lease half of it or something like that.
So I can talk to them about numbers as to how
yeah,
many
I mean,
seasonal
I
passes they have.
don't, it's just sort of trying to do the other thing. And finally, we do have that work session scheduled there. We need to schedule the housing forum. And I don't know whether this is the right time to do that, but it doesn't seem like, we ought to do that.
Yes, attached.
Okay.
Why don't we try and do it?
Yeah, that's what
Okay, so
why
attached
don't
to
we-
my report is an updated, let me get to this, because Millie has attached the updated workshop.
Right. And the housing forum is TBD on the one that I have, so I thought we should D it.
I have a community housing forum special meeting, separate meeting. We want to do a separate meeting.
Yes.
We have it slated for February. If you want to set a date for that, we can do that.
That's what I have in mind, so that people can start planning for it and
I'm sorry, what did you say on that? What was that?
Set a date for the.
set a date.
Well, could we do, we're meeting with the housing board at 4. Could we do a housing meeting before the housing board?
You also had on that, on
Point to
February
point.
2nd, point to point.
No, that, we took that
Oh,
off.
you took that off.
Yeah, we took that off.
That is actually on ours. That's off?
It just got moved, just before the meeting,
Okay, so,
because they won't be ready.
Okay,
So I-
Fireworks.
so.
on
we'll do the
on
housing
February,
board and Community housing forum on that.
on February 2nd?
Yeah, so why don't we do that? And we'll
We have an
So-
open spot, so why don't we do it all on February 2nd?
Can we talk about where we do it and who we, because I think we should make sure the housing board is there because they're important to this. I think we should, I'm not just important.
The board's aware of that,
great.
date in that meeting.
Okay.
At this time already.
And frankly, based upon, the number of people who have subscribed to the Facebook page, et cetera, it may be more than we can accommodate in this room. So,
Is your auditorium open? So you're
school,
thinking-
library, whatever is that.
Space.
We were talking about the library, downstairs in the library, if possible. I think Josh Maldonado reached out to Kristen Bauman to see if he could use the downstairs of the library. I don't know if that's big enough, or we had conversations.
Oh, so the community,
It's
hold on,
small
stop.
space.
So the community forum on housing is being, is that your,
Yes. That's what we.
I'm sorry, can you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
So-
explain.
Just sort of having
You seem to have a
a
plan.
forum where people come and we talk sort of in a, less like this and more conversationally about what we might, what people might need. Where we have to, for example, whether it's engaging in finance, I think this will also help with our projects in Providence and Washington. But just sort of talk.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
No, I was
And
thinking the library wouldn't be big enough.
Me too.
It might not be.
I,
No,
if we can get the.
I mean, it's kind of small too, like, given we want to encourage people to come.
Exactly.
And not like, and so, I have a feeling someone might, some people might just be like, oh my God, it's downstairs in the basement, it's small and whatnot. And just for the so-called COVID safety thing.
If we, my suggestion would be if we can get the school, if the way to work together on that. And do it, what I like about 4 o'clock, maybe even we want to start at 5, we're just thinking about people working. And if they're getting off work at 5 or something of that nature.
Alicia, what do your people think about timing?
I don't think we discussed timing. I think the earlier not 7 o'clock at night.
No.
Yeah,
Right, so,
5 works, I mean,
okay.
but I mean, from people that are working, you think they could come at 4?
maybe 5.
I'd say
5:30, I would say 5:30,
Yeah.
Okay,
just to,
And so 5:30 at the school cafeteria on the 2nd.
On February 2nd.
yeah, and this would be a joint meeting with the housing board and the town council. Or just a listening session on both parts. Just trying to,
I'll look into it, confirm, as of right now, I don't think, we have anything, but I have to double check.
Always
I'm
nice
just-
having you here.
this is fantastic how this is working out, because this is the supers here. You know, it's like sending to school. Can you come every week?
Mary Ann, if the point, at least get back to Mary Ann, so then we can make the public.
Absolutely.
Right, Mary?
2/2/22. Oh, that's good.
And it's the second meeting of the, no, just.
Is the
All right.
fire council meeting gonna be that night
What day?
at that venue?
Yes.
It's a work session.
It's basically a housing work session.
Do you want to hold the 4 o'clock work session with the housing board beforehand and then segue into the forum afterwards?
Refresh my memory as to what our work session is with, I thought this is what our work session was, so I'm just
We wanted
wondering.
to discuss legislative agenda.
Oh, right, okay, of course, right.
And
On housing.
and probably there'll be the West Side project. If we want to talk about that as well.
I think that's a good idea.
Should we do 4:30 to 5:30 at the housing board and then 5:30 is the forum?
Alicia, I'm gonna look to you on this because I'm not sure, like, you know, sometimes people don't want to sit through all that stuff. But it would be a good idea for people looking for housing to be able to come to a housing board meeting, to be able to get like all the information, like, that's what I hope to get, like all the facts, all like, you know, their funding and their whatnot. Hold on, Margaret, let me finish. But I just want to make sure that it's an appropriate time where, quite frankly, the workforce can come. But the question is do they want, I mean, I think that everybody should, get the information,
I mean, I would assume that they would sit through.
but can they come? At,
One of the sectors sent me a text wondering if we could push it back.
to what?
On the 2nd. Chris has been gathering data and, he's gonna send out a survey just to kind of get more information, just to kind of back up any questions, or information for you guys before the meeting. He just asked if it would be the following week or the week after. I don't know if that messes everything up. If it does, then
I just would like to.
Okay, so this is gonna probably end up being 2 meetings then,
I-
because we've already, the housing board,
is the housing board the 2nd?
well, it's on our work session for the 2nd.
I thought some of you, I may have misunderstood. I was listening on Facebook. I thought you were going to the housing board
The housing
meeting.
board tomorrow,
Yeah,
yes.
so you,
There's a group of people that are going to this.
and that's just about getting information and
Yes.
finding out what
Yep.
they're doing and a lot of the things that you were just talking about.
Correct.
I would hope everybody who can attend that does, because that's, it's so freaking complicated when you get into who owns what, and who's in charge of what, and it's gonna take a while, I think, for you to get that base. I really look forward to getting involved in it and having younger people understanding all of this.
Right.
Having
Okay,
a go-to person who isn't, 60.
so let's keep the housing board meeting at 4. And I guess Alicia, if you wanna, another later time, when everybody's ready and comfortable to come to a forum. It's unfortunate we couldn't do it all in one
You
night.
don't think we can?
I think we're done.
I,
Get it done.
I'd like to push for it. I mean, I'd love to have the town council and the housing board meet for an hour. If people want to come to that meeting, great.
Yeah.
And then after that meeting, so anybody who wants to or can come to that meeting. Then after we have the forum, which is really, hey, let's just talk, let's just hear, let's listen. I think the earlier the better. I mean, the legislative agendas going forward, the faster we can get moving. I worry that things slip. And I don't want to slip.
Okay, so to be,
Budgeting is about to take over
you have a meeting, are you meeting at the Clackamas before the housing board meeting?
At some point.
Let's stick with the 2nd of February, and if we decide that either it's not gonna work or that we need another one, that's okay, you know?
We'll stick
and
with this one.
it gives Millie the opportunity to make sure things are noticed correctly, and this is not all it's not a be all and end all on one meeting. It's to, try to make sure that we have a starting line and, get moving. So I would stick with the 2nd at 5:30 and do it whatever at the cafeteria, and let's roll. And if there's enough people who can't make it and we need to do another one, then let's do that. Or if there's data that gets gathered, we meet all the time. There's no reason that we can't have an agenda item to review data that you and Chris may have collected, or, that's all great. It's a living process.
So as next steps, the school's gonna get back to Marianne, confirming 2/22, whatever it is. And then we can get to Alicia and everybody and move forward now. That's very exciting, so thank you all.
4:30 to 6:30. Well, Mary Ann and I can work out.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We good?
Last question, when's tomorrow's housing board meeting? What time?
5 o'clock?
In town hall.
Correct.
Yeah, thanks. And Zoom. All right, good enough. Next item on the agenda is the report. Oh, no, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I can't believe I'm asking you all this.
Could you step up to the mic so the public can hear
I
you?
have a loud voice, but I'm happy to. Liz Dyer. So my question is, West Beach Road, is it still gonna be closed to mopeds? Because I have a vision this summer, and I hate to use the M word, of someone going down the lovely 2 hills and going into West Beach and ending up at Bean Point. So I know I could probably get this information other places, but just as something to think about, because it's always been close to mopeds. And I drove it recently, and it was pretty inviting if I was a kid, you can catch some good air. So I just want to ask you all.
I've already ridden them.
What put it in your mind?
Yeah, because on the agenda, let's definitely.
Yeah, and I can tell you, my son and I have ridden our motorcycles down there, and it's very inviting.
Let's not say
Okay,
that
next.
enough. I think the ordinance may need to be revisited on that.
Yeah, otherwise you do.
Thank
Can I
you.
ask one more question about the financial report? And that is, can we?
Just thank Liz for bringing that up.
Thank you, Liz. That's a great point. Anything else?
Go ahead.
Can we, I was having a hard time understanding from our financial statement how we're spending money on building official, building inspector, zoning enforcement, because, some of them are now retained, so they're not in the salary line. Could at some point we get some clarity, we're spending more, we're spending less, what does that all look like? That'd be great. It's not a today issue, but it just, I was having a hard time
So I looked
following
at the building inspector
Uh-huh,
and I looked at 4 leaf because that did come up at a council meeting recently.
uh-huh.
And it looks like, and I projected out what I think we're gonna spend on 4 leaf this fiscal year. And when I look at that amount, it is almost within a couple of $1,000, few $1,000, given both ways.
Great.
If it was a building inspector, building official. Keep in mind, what we had before was Mark Tilson was grandfathered. So he could be the building official, he could be the building inspector, he could be the electrical inspector, he could be the mechanical, and could be plumber.
I think
That's not the case. So
I am
that's why we
not,
have
this
different
has
buckets.
nothing to do with the substance of the way that it's being done.
Yep.
It's just that I couldn't find it in the financial
Oh,
report.
you couldn't find it in the
That's all.
financial.
It's in the report.
I can't find it, and I just was wondering.
So you want to know the page in the financial it says?
Yeah, where is it?
Okay,
And-
Amy, you
and
wanna
how's
know?
that all? Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It was, no,
I didn't realize that's
I
what you
get
were
it.
looking for.
I understand exactly what we have to go through. I'm just,
Do you want to point out, Amy, where it is in the financials? You'll be able to find it quicker than I will.
So we're on page 17, which is what we call the building official department. And this is definitely a transition year in front of you. So hopefully next year with 23, it will look cleaner and be more understandable as the program settles down a bit. Because from top to bottom, you can see the building official wages that were carried over from last year, all the way to the right, sort of the fiscal year 21 numbers. We're going to skip down a couple lines to wages residential inspector, 5107. So on an interim basis, we had a building inspector employed by the town. That would have been Tom.
Right.
He's now moved on to a different role on a different page. So that was an interim step. And then a little further down, you have a budget number that doesn't have any actuals, and that's the line 5110 MEP inspector. This was with the idea that we may have had to engage separate mechanical, electrical, plumbing contractors to fill those functions.
Right.
Right now, that's all being captured under 4-leaf, which you'll see under line 5403, consultant building official.
Gotcha.
So moving into next year, you'll see more and more of those expenses aggregated in that consulting building official line.
Terrific.
Does that make sense?
Thank you so much, Amy. That was it. Yep. Yes. And one other thing, because I'm not sure where it's going to come up, but I've had more than one person. This is on deer, I guess maybe it's on hunting dates, but more than one person asked me whether the town can explore the idea of refrigerated trailer. That's great. Terrific. Sorry.
So let's keep the subject.
Yes.
Do you more than we have to?
Yes.
Any more comments on the town manager's report? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda is number 6, receive report of the police chief. Do we have the police chief on the line?
Yes, he is.
Yes, good evening, council members,
Hi, Matt. Thanks for joining.
and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight.
Let me start. Let me hold on, Matt. Let me just start. Does anybody in the audience have or want the police chief report?
It was on clerk page.
Does
If
anybody-
anybody wants it, there's a copy here.
If anybody wants to do that.
And I was planning to share my screen also.
Yeah. All good? All right, go ahead, Matt.
Okay, I'm just bear with me 1 minute while I share my screen here. All right.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, when we get the technology upgrades in here, we will have a projector up behind. Yeah. I think we're fine. Yeah.
Okay, great. Can you see the slides now? Are you seeing them or no?
Yes, they're visual, you can see them on YouTube.
Great, okay.
Thanks, Matt.
So, ready to start?
Yep.
Okay, so I have quite a bit of material that I want to cover, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. And then I hope at the end, we'll have some time for some questions to discuss the presentation. So tonight's presentation is primarily a review of the 2021 season, where I'll talk about the work we've done in the last 12 months and walk through some of the data that we collected. I'm also going to spend some time discussing the future of the department and share some thoughts for how we can leverage our resources to best serve our community in the years ahead. As you know, I arrived in March on loan from the state police to serve as the interim chief. And my primary duties included overseeing the day-to-day operations of the department, preparing for a busy summer, and helping the department transition to a new chief. When I joined the department as the chief in May, I made some additional plans for 2021. I set out to execute on these 4 critical tasks for the remainder of the year, assessing the department, establishing goals, identifying challenges, and making improvements. I do want to note that these tasks are progressive. Assessing the department leads to identifying challenges, which helps establish goals and allows us to make improvements. But while these tasks are progressive, they are also continuous. Every day, we are working to maximize the value of the department to the town and deliver the level of reliable, high-quality public safety service that our residents need, expect, and deserve. Assessing the department was the first task, and I focused on these 4 areas: performance, in what is our job and how are we doing? Personnel, are we appropriately staffed to deliver services safely? Facilities and equipment, do we have the tools we need to do the job? Public perception is, and what do people think of the New Shoreham Police Department, and how does that impact our ability to do our work? After the initial assessment, we focused our efforts on these goals: to provide high quality, high visible public safety services, to improve traffic safety, to enforce moped ordinances, to deter underage drinking and curb open container violations, to better collaborate and communicate. With our goals in mind, I work to identify the internal and external challenges that impact our work every day. I don't have to remind you that Block Island, unfortunately, has had the reputation for a place where anything goes. During the summer season, our department is challenged every day by visitors who behave in a way that they would never contemplate acting on the mainland, whether it's excessive drinking, unsafe driving, or general disregard for acceptable public behavior. Many visitors arrive with the idea that there will be few, if any, consequences for their bad behavior. From my perspective, changing that narrative is essential to improving the quality of life on the island, and I think that our department can be a cornerstone of that effort. But we can't do it alone, and we can't do it without addressing some of the underlying challenges we face. For example, the anything goes reputation was enhanced by low expectations of enforcement. Consistent enforcement is not possible without adequate personnel. Our less than skeletal staff structure and the lack of mutual aid too often leads our officers fending for themselves, which is not safe and prevents us from doing proactive police work. While it appears to be improving, department morale has been extremely low. Consistent communication is key, particularly in a small community where the population changes so dramatically during the year. Poor communication has been a concern. Our infrastructure and equipment are out of date, but our residents' need and state mandates require us to modernize. I want to add that while we focus on summer challenges, the off-season has its fair share of public safety challenges as well, particularly around hunting, which requires our attention. As we strategize about how to address the challenges, we made some improvements. These are some of the steps our team took to address some of the public safety concerns that were identified. We recruited high-quality seasonal officers and launched a successful CSO program to improve visibility and enforcement. We effectively enforced moped ordinances. We improved collaborations in the community on important issues surrounding mopeds, drinking, shoplifting, and traffic. We partnered with the Block Island School, the Block Island Chamber, community organizations like the Block Island Land Trust and the Mary D. Fund. We managed ferry traffic to alleviate downtown congestion. We made some physical improvements at the station and continue to clean up and fix up our space there. But most importantly, we created an atmosphere where enforcement was expected. Note that enforcement can be provided through a range of actions from education and warnings to arrest and incarceration. Officers have the discretion to use whichever kind of enforcement they deem appropriate within the bounds of the law. There is no reasonable circumstance under which our department could possibly issue a violation for every observed infraction during the summer months. It would require a department far larger than the one we have or need, and would create an unwelcoming tone for our visitors. Our goal will remain to focus on creating an expectation of enforcement to deter bad behavior while having a professional and visible presence. I want to emphasize that we are not taking a victory lap. We had a good summer by many measurements, but it was incredibly challenging. And there were some instances when we were lucky rather than prepared. Like any organization, we use data to help us measure our performance, allocate resource, and plan for the future. So I want to include recent data in this presentation to help evaluate our work this year. Before I go through the metrics for the year, I do want to preface my remarks by noting that we made some changes to how we track our data. So we may not have apples to apples comparisons for previous years. I want to reiterate that enforcement is a range of actions that we do not generate a report for most of them. So this data is not inclusive of every interaction we've had with the public. Moving forward, we are going to be more intentional and specific about data collection, and we have enhanced tracking on some additional categories, including bicycle crashes, mental health related calls, as well as incidents involving mopeds. I'm very pleased with the work our department did this year with parking violations. The CSOs were a big part of that effort, and I'm grateful for their hard work. As of today, 86% of the tickets issued have been paid, and this is the highest percentage of tickets paid in the last 6 years. Last year, only 24% of the tickets were paid. Notably, 121 tickets were issued to mopeds, and all of those tickets have been paid. In 2021, there were 66 motor vehicle collisions. A motor vehicle includes cars, trucks, mopeds, and motorcycles. 55% of the collisions reported injuries, and we had 1 fatality on October 31st. Notably, this is the fewest collisions we've had since 2013 and represents a 15% decrease since 2020. I want to note that there were 17 bicycle crashes in 2021. A bicycle crash is usually a rider falling off or hitting a fixed object other than a motor vehicle. Investigative reports provides us with information and documentation on police contexts so that we can be up to speed quickly if needed. They are distinct from arrest reports or accident reports and are a useful tool for us to be able to monitor and have documentation on previous incidents. For example, if a bicycle is reported lost or stolen, we would document it with an investigative report so that if it is located or we find a pattern to the behavior, we'll be able to respond appropriately. We are encouraging more documentation through investigative reports to better position our department to meet the community needs. These numbers represent the numbers of violations issued for motor vehicle violations. This is everything from speeding tickets to citations issued for not wearing a helmet on a moped. Again, I want to underscore that these numbers do not represent every time we ask someone to buckle up or instructed a moped operator to wear eye protection. Those educational moments are an important part of community policing that reinforce the role of law enforcement in keeping a community safe. Those interactions that result in verbal warnings do not appear in this data. As you can see from the graphic, we had a 132% increase in violations issued over last year. As you know, this year we focused on enforcing the moped ordinances and emphasizing safe operations. We kept near constant pressure on Weldon's Way and worked with the moped rental agencies on numbering and an impoundment initiative for unsafe operators. We impounded 48 mopeds and plan to continue this enforcement in 2022. Last year's impoundments received considerable media attention, and we will look to use earned media in 2022 to highlight impoundments as a deterrent. I'd like to share the following moped accident data. 38 of the 66 motor vehicle collisions investigated involved mopeds, and 31 of the 38 moped collisions reported injuries. 28 of the 31 collisions involved rental mopeds. A deeper dive into the moped data shows that 9 were rented from Miles Unlimited, and all 9 reported injuries. 9 were rented from Aldo's, and 7 of the 9 were reported injuries. 8 were rented from Island Moped, and 5 of the 8 reported injuries. 5 were rented from the Moped Man, and 3 of the 5 reported injuries. 4 were rented from Old Harbor Moped, and all 4 reported injuries. There were 3 that involved private mopeds. Before we move ahead, I want to take a moment to thank you for your support this year. One of the reasons I applied for this job was that being part of the New Shoreham community was very appealing to me. I appreciate the warm welcome I received and the support and encouragement I get from members of the community every day. I truly enjoy my job and love living here. I look forward to our continued collaboration as we work to make the island an even better place to live. This last part of my presentation is a look ahead and a discussion of our department objectives for 2022 and beyond. The past 10 months have shown me the challenges of policing here, and there were many, but there are great opportunities as well. We have an incredibly engaged community, and with some creativity, we can design solutions to our public safety challenges that are as unique as life on the island. Looking ahead, we want to replicate our good results by continuing to do what we've done while also aligning our work with the values of the Block Island community. We're also working on a plan to reshape the department and smart size it to better meet the needs of the town. Without going too deeply into various policing theories, my intention is for the New Shoreham to continue to follow a proactive community policing model. We developed this model last summer where we introduced CSOs and worked intentionally to set an orderly tone for visitors when they first arrived on the island. The visible and friendly law enforcement presence showed visitors and reminded residents that safety is a shared community value. Promoting safety as a shared community value helps strengthen the fabric of our community and enhance the quality of life here. Although the summer months are busy, our police officers are the community's trained problem solvers year-round. In a community policing model, it's important that our officers know the residents are a visible presence and understand the culture. As the town council and other members of the community identify challenges they want to address, whether it's mental health, housing, food insecurity, or substance use, my hope is for the police department to be part of the discussion so we can be part of the solution. It's a different deployment of public safety than you see in many communities, and it means calling police before there is a crisis rather than waiting for one to happen. The key piece here is communication, whether it's meeting with business owners or just talking to residents and visitors. Active outreach is important. We're going to continue to amplify our messaging using traditional media and social media to reach a broader audiences. We look forward to rolling out a new department website, and we'll continue to be active on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter with our message on how we can hashtag Keep Block Island Safe. Our biggest undertaking in 2022 will be reshaping our department. Block Island is unique, is perhaps the most repeated and most true thing I have heard since I arrived last March. Some of the qualities that make the island so special also present significant public safety challenges that our department is not able to address with our existing structure and staffing complement. Our unique circumstances and the mandated changes we must make to bring the department up to the standards of modern policing require that we reshape this department. I want to be clear that my objective is to smart size a department that best suits the unique needs of the town. I want to create a department that is modern and flexible, but provides a kind of small community public safety services that fit New Shoreham. History has shown us that there are special challenges for New Shoreham. For example, we know we need to add personnel. A police chief in another town might be seeking a new recruit officer to put through the municipal police training academy. That opportunity would only be appealing if an islander wanted to join the department. But our experience shows that a New Shoreham Police Department does not provide the kind of opportunities for well-paying overtime, training, or law enforcement experience that most new police officers would desire. If we paid a new officer to go through the training, more likely than not, we would lose our recruit to another job within a few years. I'm working closely with our town manager to create a staffing plan for the department and wanted to share some of our thinking and the information we are using to build the plan. The first thing we've discussed is what the town needs in its police department. First and foremost, the town needs a ready police department, and the New Shoreham Police Department is always open. Our calls never go to voicemail, and our radios are always on. Each week, year-round, we must have personnel to cover 168 hours. You'll note that most other government offices are open 40 hours a week or less. We are open 4 times that many hours. When someone calls at any point in the 168-hour week, there is an expectation that 1, the call will be answered, and 2, if police services are needed, a certified, trained, and professional police officer will be dispatched immediately. In order to meet that expectation, 1 trained dispatcher and at least 1 certified police officer must always be available. There is no circumstance in 21st century policing where having only 1 officer on duty is safe or appropriate. But New Shoreham has gotten by with only having 1 officer on for many shifts. This is especially concerning since we have no ability to access help from a neighboring town and do not have other certified law enforcement living on the island. Mainland departments rely on the state police and neighboring towns for help, and their off-duty residents will post in a time of crisis. Our officers are often on their own, and it's not acceptable. Another important data point is the number of people we serve. As you know, 2020 census showed that the population of the island was 34% higher in 2021 than the previous count. While I realize that there are several factors, including the pandemic, that could have skewed the census, the reality is that the census number is not particularly useful to us because it doesn't reflect the number of people we serve. Unlike town entities that only serve residents or a limited number of visitors, the police department has to be prepared to serve whoever needs us as soon as they need us, whether they need us here or whether they've been here for 50 years or 50 minutes. We need to be able to provide ample public safety services, whether the ferry brings 10,000 people in a day or just 20. Building a public safety plan in this environment is a real challenge, and it would be far simpler to allocate resources and plan with more information, but this is another example of why Block Island is unique, and we need to shape a department that is nimble and mission-focused. I want to add, but don't think I need to elaborate too much on the fact that our visitors are heavy users of public safety services than the year-round residents. The volume of day trippers further complicate our public safety strategy as we are frequently getting new visitors each day. The day trippers are more likely to be new to the island, unfamiliar with our roads, and eager to have a Block Island experience. We're also looking at how the structure of our top department allows us to respond to calls and serve the town. So we pulled the number of calls for service and we get every year. The results were surprising. In 2021, the department had more calls for service than ever before. There were 4,809 calls for service, which is 96% more than in 2017. And the increase wasn't just during the summer. There were 777 calls in October, November, and December, which is an increase of 99.7% over the same time period in 2017. We had fewer police officers than we had in 2017, fewer officers living on the island who can be called in the case of an emergency, and the same staffing structure in dispatch, with 1 dispatcher working each shift, but we had twice as many calls. I am hoping that the data I have provided you shows some good news. Our department is performing well and making significant improvements that will help make New Shoreham into a safer and healthier community. The bad news is that we can't continue to perform at this level with the staffing structure we have. I know my plea for help will come as no surprise, and that you are well versed in the challenges of recruiting police to the island. We need to be creative and recognize that recruiting and retaining good police officers needs to be prioritized if we're going to continue to improve our public safety outcomes. There are 2 important factors that will shape the new department. First, we cannot continue to have just 1 officer per shift. Although having just 2 officers still seems like a skeleton crew, it will ensure that an officer going to a potential confrontational call will have backup and allows for proactive policing, like speed enforcement on the west side. Even if there is activity downtown, the town has gotten by with 1 officer shifts in the past, but that practice is unacceptable for officer safety reasons alone. Second, new state standards will prevent us from hiring seasonal officers as we have done in the past. The new requirements from the post, the Police Officers Commission on Standards and Training, requires that any officer leaving a department must be recertified. If we do not have a new staffing plan in place soon, we will not be able to hire seasonal officers, and we will be dangerously shorthanded this coming summer. We need to change our expectation of what we want in a police officer for New Shoreham and design the department around our needs rather than this perceived ideal. In the past, the department sought to recruit a young officer who might make a career here, but the reality is that the pace, the lack of specialized units, expensive housing, and the comparatively low pay make New Shoreham unappealing to a new officer. With all departments struggling to recruit, New Shoreham has little chance of finding someone who will stay. However, we had great experience this summer recruiting recently retired officers, and we are building our staffing plan around hiring these seasoned officers into reserve officer program. The reserve officers are recently retired and looking for a career change, but are not yet ready to leave law enforcement. The benefits of a reserve officer program for New Shoreham are substantial. The department would be able to leverage their experiences year-round without having to invest years in training in them. When a department loses a good officer to retirement, they lose someone with a vast amount of experience and skills. Our model embraces their loss, and it becomes our win. We saw the value this past summer with hiring Officer Doug Borden. He brought his experience as a school resource officer with the East Providence Police Department to the island. He knows what community policing is about and is familiar with how to tackle challenges with children of all ages. Under the reserve model, we have an opportunity to attract talented officers to work on the island without having to commit them long-term or secure housing for them and their families. They would be provided with shared space berthing for when they are on duty. This is essential because we will not be able to recruit officers to come work on the island if we cannot provide them with a place to stay while they are here. Just like firefighters who stay at the station for their shifts, or the deckhands that sleep on the ferry, police officers would use berthing at the motor pool building when they need to be on the island for work. This concept is not new. The troopers have stayed in the motor pool in these accommodations for many years. I hope that difference between housing and berthing is clear, because the officers I hope to recruit to work here have housing on the mainland and are not interested in maintaining another residence or moving to the island, but they are interested in working on the island and maintaining their certification. Since providing a year-round employment is required for them to maintain certification under the new post standards, we can no longer release them at the end of the summer. But under the new staffing structure, they would be available to ensure that no shift has only one officer working. Thankfully, several of the seasoned officers we worked with last year would be grandfathered in and will be able to use and will be available to us in 2022 if we move quickly. The reshaping of the department also means that we would expand the CSO program this summer and expect to add 2 more positions. In the past, the town hired seasonal officers at a higher rate than the CSOs for some of the same work being done. Not only are the CSOs a budget-friendly addition to the team, this year, the expansion of the program is critically important to make up for the seasonal officers we will not be able to hire. The CSOs were a tremendous asset to the department, and we look forward to welcoming them next year. We will continue to provide berthing for them because it is a critical part of the program. That benefit allows us to recruit good candidates while keeping the hourly costs substantially lower than the seasonal officer rate. A few other considerations that I want you to note: the Rhode Island State Police is also facing staffing shortage and are unsure if they will be able to provide us with the troopers this summer. While I don't have a final answer at this point, we need to be prepared for less help from them. I feel confident that we can manage if we can adopt this new staffing model, but wanted to share that information. I also wanted to share some research I did about other island communities. I reviewed staffing at several departments in New England and found that there were really no apples to apples comparisons to New Shoreham. The most similar island department is in Shelter Island, New York, with a year-round population of 2,400 and a summer population of around 10,000. I spoke with Chief James Reed of the Shelter Island Police Department, and he said they have 10 full-time officers, not including their chief. They're looking to add 3 additional full-time officers. For large events, they bring in New York State Police and the Suffolk County Police officers when needed. It's worth noting that Shelter Island Department has some distinct advantages when it comes to recruiting officers. Their officers receive a base pay of $125,000 after just 5 years on the island, and it's accessed within 5-minute ferry trip that runs every 5 minutes, nearly 20 hours a day. This gives them access to mutual aid and gives officers the ability to commute and live in a community where home ownership is possible. I share this information not because I think we need a department like theirs. I don't. I share this because I think that every department has unique challenges that they address in their own unique ways. By being aware of our challenges and letting our experience guide us, we can structure our department around what we need, make it appealing to the officers who can deliver what we want. I want to thank you for your time this evening. And I know that I've shared a lot of information. I'm happy to answer any questions or touch upon anything that I've said.
Thank you, Matt. Much appreciated for that lengthy and very well thought out report. Council, have any questions for the chief? Comments? No?
I'll make one comment. After listening to your presentation, Chief, and observing you over your tenure here under our employee, I don't think anyone can dispute that we hired the right guy. And we thank you and your staff for everything they've done since you started here.
Thanks, Mark. Keith?
I think this was the kind of thoughtful analysis that I hoped we'd get, Matt. It was really terrific and interesting and educational. I have a few questions. One is, I think given the data that you around the percentage of our motor vehicle accidents that are attributable to mopeds, we should probably have a separate discussion about that. And what the potential techniques are and responses are. So I'll just put that aside. So are the retired officers, if an officer retires, does he or she have to go through recertification as well? Or is that only when someone switches departments, during their career? How does that work?
Yeah, so the new change that happened, and this is a new standard, and really the reason for it is that they want to limit an officer that may be in trouble in one department that ends up saying, you know what, I'm going to leave this department, I'm going to retire, and just automatically transfers over to another department. So under the new change, when an officer leaves a department, he loses his certification immediately. And so what we would do is, if we were to hire him or her, we would go back to the post with their training records, with our background that we would do based on, and really petition the post to say we want that individual recertified. And if there are any training requirements that would be needed, the post would note that to us, and then we could meet those. But the idea would be, we would look to seek a recently retired officer that is, prior to retirement, they were certified, they met all the training standards. And then, within a few days, we'd get them recertified by the post. There would be new requirements. And I'll give you for an example. In May, when I took this job under the new change, I would have had to go to the post, or the town would have had to go to the post and recertify me, even though I left the state police on May 1st and started with New Shoreham on May 2nd. And I would have had to be recertified, even though all of my training and my requirements were up to date. I would have lost my certification the day I left. I'd be required to take a psychological exam and a medical exam, and have to have a successful passing on both of them before the post would entertain recertifying the officer. But those are things that we can do. And I think it's important that the post has identified these issues, because it's improving law enforcement. It's improving the recruits that we're going to go out and hopefully hire.
Is there any possibility of a CSO program in non-summer months. Where you could use CSOs to supplement on whether it's over holidays or I don't that was such a smashing success, and I wonder whether some of these kids over their breaks would like to see what it's like in a small town and off season and help out.
And we could look at that. I think the biggest thing with the CSOs is to take into mind they're not peace officers.
Right.
They're not protected. They can't make arrests. They can't put their hands on individuals. Phenomenal. I think, it exceeded my expectations this summer. I think the biggest positive with the CSO program was the visibility. And that's really what we want. We really want to push a community policing model where we're visible, highly visible, and a community it's officer friendly, that a visitor comes and asks for directions to get to the bluffs and whether it's a police officer or CSO delivers that message.
And then one last one, and that is, are there any communities that have, including ours, that have started to try to figure out some of the over-serving issues? Because I when you really drill down on some of these data, I'm left with one of the conclusions I draw is that we have a dramatic over-serving of alcohol problem. And if you talk to Dr. Workup or any of the EMTs, I think it's a real issue. I just don't know whether there is some way to attack or approach that.
Yep, and it's definitely, I saw it firsthand last summer. I think, part of that uniqueness is almost the bar hopping, but I think more needs to be put back down towards the bartenders to make sure they're screening. And even though, someone may have a couple drinks in the ferry over, then they go into bar number 1 and they have a couple drinks, then they go into bar number 2 and then they're having lunch. We really, I think, need to improve the screening and ensure that even though the person might be coming into the establishment for the first drink, it might be their 15th or 16th for the day. And that's really what's important. And that's what I think leads to the problems. But then again, I'll go back again, it's a staffing issue. I think if we have more enforcement, those are areas that we can dive deeper into.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for all your work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Chief, thanks. Sven here. A couple of things. One, great presentation, and I would love maybe in February some forum to be able to revisit this, because I think you brought up so many points and I don't want to be here for hours and keep you for hours. Some of the highlights that I sort of noted, first of all, the data is great. I'd love to understand better that calls for service. And, what are those calls? Because even the jump from 2020 to 2021 is huge, about 1,000 or 20%. So we'd just love that to understand that better. Other topic, which we don't have to discuss tonight, but is around, I'm always been impressed with our stores and the commercial businesses, how if there's somebody who seems to be stealing something in one store, it among all the stores within minutes. And I'd love to hear about how that communication is sort of formed and done well, and how do we take that to the bars, or how do we take that to other communities within the island? Because it's really positive. It's incredible. And then the last thing is, as you go from one per shift to 2 officers per shift, understanding the new makeup of these officers, what does that mean from a financial point of view? And I'm sure we're going to be talking about that in the budget sessions, but obviously there's some implications in how do we work that out. And I'll leave with the point that you dropped at the very end of your presentation, and that is about the state police, because that's been a huge part of seemingly our summers for many, many years. And if that's going to
decline significantly just by resources, then we really need to think through how we manage that. But unbelievable presentation, and thank you for a great year.
You're welcome. And I think just to touch on that, Sven, is, you know, this report, and I'm not, you know, kind of panicking with this, but we need to be prepared, you know, and what we can't be is get into the April, May months and say, okay, yep, we have some staffing shortages, or we can't recruit, but we can rely on state police, or we can rely on this. You know, I think it's time for us to be prepared. And then, and when we are prepared, moving into the summer, you know, we can tackle the challenges, and we can provide the services that, you know, this community deserves and expects.
Thank you. And, you know, one of those Block Island phrases that has always amazed me is coming about middle of the 5th month of the year, I suddenly hear, oh my God, it's May. It's crazy right now. Well, it does come after April. And to your point, let's be proactive rather than reactive. So thanks.
Thank you, Sven. I'm just gonna, you know, for sake of brevity here, I just, you know, what stuck out me in your report was, we're now at a time in the history of Block Island where, as you said, hiring staff is more than likely the resource pool is going to be the retired personnel. And I mean, it's because young families, you know, we can, as you said, you can't train them. It's just unfortunate that, you know, that's what scares the hell out of me most about this report, is that we're not, you know, it's kind of like we've got to give up the fact that we can maybe train from the inside and keep families here and whatnot. And it just doesn't seem like that's part of an option anymore. And that speaks to the whole community in Block Island and housing. I mean, this just speaks to housing. So, you know, I thank you for that report. There's a few other things in there that, you know, I can discuss with you and Mary Ann. I know there's a lot's going to come up during the budget season, but, you know, I just wanted to point that out, that, you know, we're not training people from the community and they stay with their families, because as you said, it's just so damn expensive, and it's just, that's a sad day. So I thank you.
Well, there's another way of looking at that. People who retire from the police aren't that old. A lot of them aren't that old. And maybe there's a possibility that people will come back to be retired policemen here. I think that we should, I personally would really like to see young people from here go somewhere else for a bit if they're going to do something like that, and get some good experience, get a good, you know, grounding. And I think there are lots of opportunities. I think Chief Moynihan has shown us that there are lots of ways to skin a cat. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. Really appreciate it.
Councilwoman, I appreciate you not calling me old, though, because I retired and I still feel I still have some gas in my tank.
Well, yeah, I had a cousin who was in Waikiki and then was in Coventry, and he was a summer cop, and he was he was still pretty appallingly young.
Any comments from the public on the police chief's report? Liz Dyer?
I always have questions.
That's okay.
Hi, it's Liz Dyer. Thank you, Chief, for everything. And I know you're also at the school, which isn't even mentioned in your report, so we appreciate that. My question is, the minimal education for a new recruit is 2 years of college, 4 years of college. What's the minimum education they have to have?
It would be an associate's degree at a minimum.
And is
18. And again, this staffing model, Liz, and I just want to be clear, I would love to hire an Islander. I would love to hire someone who wants to make a career in the New Shoreham Police Department. But since I've been here since last March, I haven't identified one student. I've put it out in the CSO program. I'm hopeful that maybe there's a high school senior that would like to be a CSO this summer. I would entertain that. We have first advertised that as being, you know, a college student that's pursuing a career in law enforcement. But we would give preference to the Islander. We'd love to see someone that's part of our community be invested in this department.
So dovetailing from that, there's a lot of scholarships. Our kids out here go to good colleges. We've all learned that you don't need to be in college anymore. You can stay home. But there's not actually a scholarship or any money for law enforcement, anything like that, nor is there one for plumbers either. But if there's a need, there are some kids who have done really well, who didn't leave the island, who have great jobs. And if they don't want to be in Manhattan and they go through training, they could be paired up with a senior officer. So I'm just throwing it out there. There's really not money, there's not something for a kid to work for as far as law enforcement within the school or interest and I've never yet seen like the police come and do, an officer's day. Anyway, that's it. Thanks for everything you do. I just was curious about the minimal education. Thank you again.
Thank you, Liz.
Does anybody else have any comments? Police chief's report?
One last thing, just expanding on what Keith and Sven said. We made a promise after last summer that we were going to meet with the police chief prior to the upcoming summer to kind of troubleshoot in advance what might be happening the upcoming summer. And that will take place. I think it's got to be a good timing where people are coming back so we don't lose that valuable input, but before the summer. And issues I can think of are the e-bikes that are starting to take over Block Island, the e-scooters, the e-skateboards, all these things, so we can hopefully address them and nip any potential problems in the bud.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else? Next item on the agenda is to discuss and act on hiring a lobbyist. Back a couple months back, the town put out an RFQ for qualified candidates to represent the town, state, and the state and federal levels for different needs in the town. Do lobbying is what they do. We had three responses to the request for qualifications. We interviewed 3 firms last week. We met earlier to decide on a firm. We did decide on the firm that we were going to engage for this legislative session. That the one we decided on earlier would be the May 4th group. I guess, does council have any questions or comments on that to the public? Well, Mary Ann?
I think we may have had a consensus. We didn't decide anything.
We didn't vote on it yet, no, but we did have a consensus.
This is again one of those issues that we've talked about for an awful long time on Block Island. Should we, shouldn't we? If anyone listened to the governor yesterday, there's an awful lot of money available. And we want to make sure we get as much as possible for Block Island. And we believe that this would be a good and valuable tool to try to access some of that money.
And it's been, we obviously know that this wasn't budgeted for this coming year. Mary Ann has said that there's some funds in the budget to engage these folks, and we are going to engage our choice with that cost. Mary Ann's going to reach out tomorrow on that. So if anybody in the public has any comments or questions or anything they want to talk about hiring a lobbyist, Bill McComb?
Can you just say what the cost is and where the funds are coming from?
Yes.
I'm not against it, just curious on that.
Right now, it was $4,500 to $5,000 a month, roughly. I think that's what was in that proposal. And we'll see that's where this, that's pretty much the estimate that we were given. And the money right now, I believe, is going to come from contingency.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Which I realize that is set aside for emergency purposes. Does anybody else have any comments about the hiring of a lobbyist? I will make a motion that we engage the May 4th group for lobbying services for the upcoming legislative session.
And can you also include in that motion that the funds will come out of the contingency? Because it's my understanding that the council votes on that. when they use the funds out of contingency.
We need to vote to take funds out of the contingency.
That's where the funds are gonna be, that's where you're gonna
Okay.
budget it from, the contingency fund. I
Make
guess
a-
historically, whenever you use contingency funds, that the council has taken a vote to make that part of the vote.
I'll make a motion that we engage the May 4th group for lobbying services for the town with those funds being come out of for those funds to come out of the contingency, the town's contingency fund. Second for discussion?
I'll second. Do we need to put any dates in? Andre said the legislative session, we had talked in earlier about February 1st to December 31st.
I think it was my understanding the council wants to engage them right away
Yeah,
and then through December 31st.
so second.
Which would include the legislative session.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And, yeah,
And
so it's a,
more, and more.
so just to be clear, this is engaging them for a year. Or I know the RFQ said it was gonna be for 3 years. We feel as though, I think that the candidate didn't want to give us didn't want to do 3 years. And we also feel that this, we're gonna see how it goes. See if it's Doug Michelle.
I heard the starting date. When was the finishing date for this contract?
12/31. 12/31/22. December 31st.
So you're paying for this from emergency funds and going 6 months in the next year with funds you don't have until you go to the financial town meeting and get it approved. How can you sign a contract for 12 months when you don't have the money in your pocket? Shouldn't you go till the end of this year, get the rest of the money in May before you get bound to this?
We can make a clause in the agreement that it's 6 months and the last 6 months are contingent on budget approval.
Would that work? To engage them for 6 months and then,
It's a good point.
Yeah, as long as the lawyer's agree, yeah.
thank you. Bill McComb?
I'm not trying to reach trouble, I'm just trying to.
No, I know.
No, thank you.
I think this is a good route to go, but I think it's only as good as the direction that's set by the council for what you're looking for, what your legislative agenda is. So I don't know what that mechanism is or that you have, but I hope that the council will either target bills or whatever it might be. But like I said, it's only as good as the direction is set. I think Keith probably has, his background in that from there, so I just hope the council utilizes that and sets direction from that end of it.
I think that's a good point, that the five of us during the executive session talked about scheduling a specific work session on this in the next few weeks.
With them.
And that'll be public and, to talk about this stuff, but we are having a moment right now, right? We have more money coming from the federal government since the New Deal. And while that's happening, we've sort of been hit upside the head by a 2x4 with gigantic cut in the education budget, ridiculous amount of money coming from ARPA. So it feels like either by neglect or by formula, we've got to have more of a voice, and that's our rationale.
Go ahead, Bill.
And there's another thing going on, as you know, the redistricting,
Yes.
we're gonna lose Sue Sanowski, I believe.
Yes,
anyways.
yeah.
And I think that's a big loss for this town. I mean, she has
Yes.
been a representative of this town for a long time, but for the amount of votes here, she's always been there from that entrance, so this might be an opportunity time for you to have this in place.
And we also have to have an enthusiastic senator coming in to represent us, but it's we're also losing Jim Langevin too. And to me, that's a big one. That's, he's been with us and he's done service to this town since he's been elected. So these are just new relationships we need to forge. We've had history behind, Jim and Susan and maybe a little help getting into, this with new folks and stuff that will work both ways, not just that we lobby them for things we need, but we can also have lobbyists, with new representatives, just who know us, and you can go that way with them, and just make the introduction smooth and seamless, and we'll get right into the game, ready to roll. And there's changes coming, that's for sure, next year. Sven? Good.
Motion made.
Anybody else have any comments? Motion made and seconded. All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
I'm voting aye, and as has been stated before and during other conversations, that this is not a time. I would not normally be voting in favor of this, but I think the amount of money that is out there and the gaps that we are seeing, and I have been looking at these numbers since the 80s, the gaps that we are seeing between what Block Island is getting and other towns are getting is much, it was always wide, but it's now a chasm. We need assistance. Aye.
I'm in favor, Sven.
And for everybody in the audience, what Martha's talking about was Little Compton, I think got twice as much as Block Island did.
Twice.
3 times, excuse me, 3 times as much. It was
Keep going.
ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
Mark, are you in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
It wasn't just Will Compton, but that was the worst.
Discuss an action to support the Narragansett redevelopment proposal for the Lighthouse Inn in Galilee. We had received a letter from a Narragansett Town Council member to look at their proposal that they're proposing for the Dutch Inn spot. And it just basically ask us to, if we wanted to have any involvement in it, to review the plans, to see if they were, in line with what we were thinking, and we'd like to see there. And I'm very thankful that we got that email. But there are other proposals, and I did reach out to her. Do we have Ewa? Ewa? Do we have a Ewa? I did reach out to her and let her know that she was going to be on the agenda. This proposal was going to be on the agenda tonight. I don't know if we want to discuss this tonight or save all the proposals for a work session, or if you don't want to discuss them at all. But I want to put this on the agenda because. Sorry?
She is with us.
Oh, nice. Okay, so, obviously we were asked to look at this. And Ewa is on the line?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, thank you so much, Ewa, for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So I actually wanted to reach out to you because as a fellow municipality, I think it's important for your town or municipality to have a say in a development that goes in your town. And previously, we really haven't had that opportunity. Had a parking lot, and there was always the intent for an expansion of parking, which we want to see more than that as a town. And I think if you were in our shoes as well, you'd want to see something like a development that you'd be proud of be there. So right now we're waiting for DEM to make their decision on which proposal moves forward. So we actually have answered all the questions, and we're just awaiting that. So they did extend the lease for PRI 10, who is operating it strictly as a parking lot and letting the Lighthouse in. Just if you've watched the video, it's an eyesore and it's a blighted condition. So I think what the intent was for the council members of New Shoreham to see what we're proposing, to show that it can be beneficial to Block Island as well. So we're just looking for your support again, from one municipality to another. I think it's important to have the support of New Shoreham. And I don't know if you have any questions from us, but I did provide the council members with the video. It was an infomercial that we had made. And if you have any questions from us, please let me know.
Thank you so much. Council, have any questions on the proposal? Any comments? Go ahead, Sven.
I have a couple of comments. One, I think it's a great proposal and I'm excited about it. You've got a number of levels of parking plus long-term, short-term. I mean, hotel rooms seems normally priced. And so this to me is a very, very important piece of property. It's basically the Lighthouse Inn, right? It goes back and then. Yeah. And especially given the ferry, and all of us are intimate with that property. We know it. I happen to like a lot of what you're presenting. I think we should, in my personal opinion, we should probably also consider, at least talk about the others so that we can juxtapose. And therefore, there were two other proposals. One regarded more water treating and the other was sort of a two-phase proposal. So even though I happen to like yours most, I think we should really discuss this among all the proposals and then weigh in personally. And we can do that in the next few weeks. That would be the way I would probably approach it. But I really appreciate Narragansett reaching out, and we will do the same back.
Okay, so I think GM is, will be making the decision prior to that. We are awaiting their decision. And we just wanted you to know, again, because it does, Block Island is a ferry ride away from the town of Narragansett. And we wanted you to be privy to what the town of Narragansett is proposing. And we think it's a phenomenal proposal. It's mixed use. It's the other proposals I'll just summarize. For example, the water processing plant is an industrial use. It doesn't coincide with our comprehensive master plan, the Special Galilee District. So it's zoned industrial. So it does not comply with our comprehensive master plan. And again, I think as a town, we should have a say in what goes in that very, it's a gem of a land, and it is the heart of the fishing village. And the other proposal is, again, it's just going to be more expanded parking, and with the stipulation. So it's the current leaseholder, and I think you're all there familiar with Procachanti, and Pure I-10 is a subsidiary of that. And they're looking to just expand their parking, and also with the stipulation, maybe build a hotel, which they were supposed to be maintaining, and they breached their terms of the lease. And they said they would only propose that if there is a 99-year lease that would have to go through state legislature, which is really a difficult thing to do. So again, I think our proposal is the best. It mutually benefits Block Island, us as a town. Again, I want to say that as a municipality, I think you should feel that we as Narragansett, the town, should be able to have a say in what goes in our town.
Thank you, Ewa. Council members, any other? Can I ask you, when is this, so when is DM going to make this decision?
So they were supposed to make the decision at the 15th of January, in January, we had asked for an extension. And the reason we asked for an extension is because it was during the holiday season. So we had until January 10th, but we submitted it on January 5th. So everything's pretty much in. They just asked all the three proposals, which we sent to you, to provide list of finances, like how list of expertise of the individuals that were going to be involved in the projects. And so now it's just being scored. I think my concern mostly, and I think anyone that's really viewing this from the outside looking in, is that the current developer is also involved in this process. Right. So it kind of gave us, it's not really a fair process to begin with. So, we just wanted to present it to the council members here, and just kind of give a brief view of what they all, are considering doing. And again, municipality, I think we should support each other.
Martha, Keith? How would you like to move forward?
I'm sorry, I didn't have my. I've always lived over here, and I've watched the Dutch Inn being built and wondered why, and kind of watched it flounder around for a while and then languish for a very, very long time. And does everybody involved in this think they're going to make a hotel work down there?
I mean, I think it provides a framework. So we have mixed use. So our proposal is the only one that really provides a mix of uses. And that is the intent of our Galilee Special District Plan. And it really complies with our comprehensive master plan. That's, that's whoever we want to do a public-private partnership. So whoever comes in, they would evaluate if a hotel would work there. Whether it's, a 40 room hotel or 100 room hotel, or, just what the Lighthouse Inn was, that's up for whoever, is a developer. But we want to invest in infrastructure there. We have, we want to do the TIF bond. We actually want to lay down the framework and the infrastructure there. To make it, more feasible for a developer to go in and partner with us. And, right now where the town is only getting about $20,000 of real tax revenue on that. And that's because the hotel has not been made. It's a leased land. So the developer is leasing the land from DEM. It's again, that whole area is owned by the state. So the only revenue that we are generating is on that blighted hotel. So when you do a big development like that, we've assessed that, if we can get a public-private partnership, we could probably get about $650,000 in tax revenue. And it would just really, again, make it a place of its own. And, we really lost out when we had those, in the pier, we had all the condos built and we lost our town center. And we don't want to see this happen again. This is really a once in a lifetime opportunity for our town to really make this a great place. And it really lies in the hands of DEM right now at this time. And again, this is just, more of a gesture of, one municipality reaching out to another for support the little guy. Because we have, obviously, as Prakachanti is a multi-billion-dollar developer. And so it is like David and Goliath in this situation.
Yeah, I remember when the Narragansett Pier disappeared as well. Going down there one day and going, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
And as far as I can, just for clarification, the Narragansett Crab Company, is that kind of been pulled out, or how's that?
So they just didn't have time to do a proposal. They just gave suggestions. So it's really down to the three. So what makes our proposal really special is the fact that we can incorporate any of those other proposals into ours, and it's, on our terms. So it's not a developer coming in and saying, this is what we're going to do in the town of Narragansett. It's the town having a say in having what we think we should have in that area. And that's exactly, and the other proposals can't really do that. Like they basically put out a proposal and this is what they're going to do. But we have left it open so that it could be a fantastic development and make Narragansett residents proud.
Thanks for keeping us in the loop. My question, I think the question of a lot of Block Islanders, at least 2 or 3 times now, you stated that you want this to be beneficial to your town as well as Block Island. How is this beneficial to Block Island?
Well, as you know, that a lot of people that come through Narragansett do go to Block Island. It could be, people are taking the ferry there as well, come for a day trip, stay in Narragansett, go to Block Island. And it's not just, basically going to be a parking lot. It's going to be beneficial because, we can have, if there's an information center, it talks about like, tourism in Narragansett. It can also talk about tourism in Block Island. Somebody's visiting Narragansett. Oh, let's take a trip to Block Island for the day. So again, I think we could figure out how it would be mutually beneficial, but I think the tourism piece is important for both Narragansett and Block Island.
You all set? Mark? Okay. You good? How does the council want to proceed?
I'm still having a hard time figuring out what they're talking about.
You need some time to sit on this?
I do. I don't really know what's door number 2, what's door number 3.
So, first of all, I think it was extraordinarily gracious of you to email all of us with your proposal. Because I really appreciate the fact that you recognize that in some respects, that's our front yard or backyard or side yard. I mean, many of us get off that very frequently. Bill McComb more than anyone back there. I don't know, I just thought it was very gracious of you to recognize that and send this to us. So thank you.
I think this is more like, I was just thinking of it of a ceremonial kind of like, yeah, we support our neighboring town, because, you know, if I think in my position, you know, what Block Island has been dealing with the Champlain Marina, like I feel for Block Island. And so it's just dealing with big developers and just trying to, you know, just, I don't know, I just thought it would be an opportunity for us to work together to really solidify the fact that, you know, municipalities can make a difference in what goes in their town.
Yep.
It does look, although you've got a proposed tax increment finance district, it just looks like we're losing our parking. I can't tell from.
There's a parking garage. So there's a multi-level parking garage. You're not losing parking. And then, you know, there's the other parking garage. There's no, it's just, you know, in the back, it's structured parking. You know, you get this big footprint where it's like surface parking, and, you know, you want to use the land to the best. That's why we're proposing mixed use. So it's a lot in there, but there's still parking.
One last one.
Yeah.
So real quickly, if I think about what are the measures or metrics that I'd look at, the first is parking, both affordable and for island residents. And I noticed you had 4 layered garage and outside. So, and you talked about short-term, long-term. I then think there's the hotel about being affordable rooms, whether it's the basketball team going off or island residents going off. We have a lot of people going back and forth, but affordable rooms is the key word there. We don't need a 7, you know, anyway. We got that.
Hotel, not high end. So it's going to be fit the character of a fishing village. So it's not looking to be like the, I don't know, like a very high end hotel. It's a boutique hotel. So again, the character of the fishing village, you know, just kind of like, you know, the same concept as what the Lighthouse Inn was.
So as I said, parking, affordable rooms, and then services to support the island. My concern, and I will repeat it again, my concern about, first of all, I like your proposal more than others. I think we need to all really read through them and make sure we just are able to use the metrics and then move forward. And if there's a real deadline, maybe we can meet that, but I was hoping, I think we have a meeting on the 2nd or the 7th, and we could do, you know, hopefully meet that timing and check with the DEM when they're actually going to decide on this. The very fact that one of the people writing the proposals and the DEM are making the decision sure seems a pretty quirky situation, but I love your proposal, and I think we just need to make sure we see all the options.
Thank you. Yeah, no, this is again, just we wanted to keep you in the loop. We know, you know, you're just a ferry right away. And again, we still stand behind the fact that we think we know what's best for our town. And we think that we deserve a say in what is in Narragansett. And again, it's ultimately, it lies in the hands of a DEM who's going to be making the decision. So, but whatever happens, happens. And, you know, we appreciate the time that you gave me just to discuss our proposal.
Is that how the council? Is that where you want to go? You want to review them all and?
Where does has the fishing community taken any position on this?
So a lot of that, so if you read through the proposal, our proposal is the only one that really talks about how this would benefit the fishing industry. It really brings a lot of that into it, unlike the other proposals. And we do have support. There were fishermen that did support it. And I think, again, like the Atlantic Crab Company, maybe they weren't one of the proposals that got chosen, but that is something that we could consider incorporating into what we see for the use in that site.
I would just say what I would be comfortable doing, because I don't have the wherewithal or the expertise to opine on any of these proposals. However, I think fundamentally what we're being asked is to perhaps write a letter to DEM that, from our perspective, the town of Narragansett deserves a seat at the table while DEM is considering these proposals. That's the kind of support I think we would like from other towns if DEM were considering ideas for a piece of property on Block Island. To me, that is a very reasonable ask and is consistent with, you know, what our philosophy would be. So if, you know, I'd be happy to work on a letter to DEM, basically talking about the fact that, you know, Islanders get on and off that ferry every day. We consider it an important and valuable part of our lives. And that we would, you know, urge DEM to ensure that the local municipal government has a seat at the table as it's determining the future of that property.
Thank you, Keith. Chris Blaine?
Just like to make a suggestion. Historically speaking, you know why the Port of Galilee was created? Martha might know. I don't know if anyone else does. But during World War II, the ferries left Block Island and they went to Newport. And when they went into Newport Harbor during the war, they had to lower the anti-submarine netting, which was an incredibly, if you ever looked at the anti-submarine netting, you could see what kind of a chore that was. So they said, why do they have to come into Newport? And I believe, you might want to do a little research, but I believe that the legislature, the state legislature, created that as a way to have a port in Galilee for ferries to come to Block Island as opposed to Newport. Just a thought. You might want to go back and you might want to look at that legislation and see what's in there, because it really was done the way I understand it. I could be wrong. It was done to benefit Block Island and to provide a place for ferries to leave and come here and back and forth.
Thank you, Chris.
The Harbor of Refuge goes back way before that, when they were spending a lot of money. But as far as the boat moving from Newport to Galilee, Chris is absolutely right. Also, the other piece of this was the Port of Galilee existed before that, and as you know, Chris, a lot of the fishermen over there came from here. One of the co-founders of the co-op was from raised in the lighthouse. But I'm not, that's why I asked the question that I did about fishing. And there was fishing before the ferry, but I think that is important. Thank you.
Was your town council vote unanimous on this proposal?
It was, yeah. We've been, so we actually had resolutions and everything that we've put forward has been unanimous. So again, just the letter of support, we're just, again, trying to garner support from another municipality, because if you were in our shoes, I think, you'd feel the same way, and Narragansett would absolutely do the same for Block Island, for New Shore.
Thank you, Ewa. Thank you, Ewa, for that. But, I just wanted to go on record. It's like, I put your proposal here to be discussed this evening. I think some of the counselors want to look at the other ones, and evaluate them all before making a decision. I take a more holistic approach to it. Whereas I believe that we absolutely need to have more communication and back and forth with Narragansett. I think your town is struggling with self-determination just like we are. And I think it would be beneficial to us both to support each other. So I have to say, when I saw this proposal, and this gives you the control over that, over the port, as a town, that's what my support was, 100% behind that. So, we can get a date from DEM, and maybe the councilors can look over the other proposals. Maybe we can give you a resounding, yes, this is the proposal that we support. But I just want to let you know that is the proposal that I support, based on, just assisting our town over there, our sister town over there, because I think you're going through the same struggles as we are. So I appreciate that. So I guess.
The struggle is real.
Really? And I would like to reach out to you about other issues, because, with law enforcement and whatnot, maybe we could have a joint meeting with your council at one point.
That'd be wonderful.
Mutual issues. I don't think we've ever done that, but I think that would be a beneficial.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, we haven't done that in a while. 20 years, all right.
Over here, we went over there.
All right, well, maybe we could do that again, because, I'm glad that we had could have this conversation to open that dialogue. So where does that leave us with this proposal? Where does that leave us with this proposal? Just for the record, where are we going moving forward with this? I'd like to know a date, an actual date from DEM.
Yeah, because the picture.
I'm saying it's going to happen soon. So they are reviewing other proposals, and they did extend the lease, because the current lessee was supposed to their lease was supposed to expire at the end of January, but because we had asked for an extension of January 10th, because everyone was it was the holiday season, and there was a tight timeline to do the request for information. So then subsequently that the lease had to be extended through February 28th, but initially it was going to be all finalized by January 15th. So technically, if all had been in the plan, as had to go through state properties, they were supposed to choose the proposal by December 15th. And then it was supposed to be finalized by January 15th, because again, the current lessee's lease was supposed to expire at the end of January. So my take on this is it's going to happen fairly soon. It's I just think that it would be more of a goodwill gesture for the town of New Shore to just say, just even a letter saying, we support, as was said, Narragansett having a seat at the table, because ultimately that's all we've been fighting for. It's been a fight since I've been a newly elected council member. I was elected in 2020, and then I was appointed shortly after to the Galilee Advisory Committee, the Galilee Lease Advisory Committee as well. And I've been fighting for the town to have a seat and to have a say in this development, because I think if it wasn't brought to light, we wouldn't even be having this discussion right now. So we're still in the fight. I'm not sure what the outcome will be, but we remain cautiously optimistic. It is Rhode Island. There's a lot of politics in play, as all in development, in the development world, and especially when billionaire developers are involved. So again, it's the little guy asking for a seat at the table and for support from just, again, their corresponding municipality.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Letter?
I'm good with that. I mean, if Keith can write it up and, sorry, I don't know if we want to add in there that our focus is on parking or something like that, but I just think the seat at the table is the most important.
Yeah, I
thing.
think that.
Yeah, that's all I can. That's all. I would just be like, hey, we.
I would make it, I'd keep it focused, seat at the table.
Yep.
I thought they had it. I guess I was wrong. I mean, I know everything there is really bizarre, in ownership and all.
All right, so what would that be? A motion to support the Narragansett redevelopment proposal for the Lighthouse Inn in Galilee through a letter? Or,
I was suggesting a letter that urge DEM to ensure that the town of Narragansett has a seat on the table as it moves forward in this process.
okay,
That was the substance of my suggestion, just.
I think we can get that out without any consideration of timelines or details of other plans, just as a statement.
I like it.
good, you can do that.
Yeah, I'm happy.
You worked with Mary Ann?
Yeah. All right, I'll send you
Okay.
a draft tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And the town of Narragansett welcomes a joint meeting with us. And I know, I think there'd be a lot of good in meeting both councils. So.
All
20
right,
years since.
20 years, maybe. All right, you. Thank you so much for coming and joining
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Great meeting. Thanks.
Next item on the agenda is discuss and act on a letter of support for the Block Island School Stage 2 Gymnasium heating, ventilation, and air conditioning renovations.
So,
Mary Ann?
sure, what's before you this evening is a resolution to support what's called the Stage 2 application of the necessity of construction for Block Island Schools. Who's joining us here this evening to help with the presentation is Michael Van Hamlin. He is with Secoshia and Associates Architects. Also, we have Superintendent Bob Girardi, and I thought I saw Chairwoman, Jess Willie's also here. So it's part of the process, and the application letter of support from the council is required. So that's what we're here for this evening.
Get out of the way, sir.
Down front. Oh, Papa.
Thank you, Alicia.
No, I'm texting Amy. Texting Amy.
We've got to split these agendas up into 2 meetings.
Especially.
Yeah. So while you prepare, could we do some other items, please? I don't like that. Want to do deer hunting? Yeah, exactly.
Do we have a map? No, not a calendar. Or do we just have a list?
Let's just postpone it.
That makes me crazy.
All right, while these guys are getting their technical are you all set? I thought it was. Okay, while they're getting their difficulties, technical difficulties with their presentation squared away. Do I need to make a motion to reorganize the schedule, or can we just?
Just go. Run with it, hon.
All right, got a resolution authorizing the expenditure, authorizing and providing for the incurrence of indebtedness of $1,343,000. Financing capital improvements at the Block Island Water Company. Council, this was approved, I think,
Yes.
at a financial town meeting. Mary Ann, do you want to give a little bit of background real
Yeah,
quick?
sure. This is an authorization for the water project. It was supposed to be, I guess it's been going on for some time, and it was done at a financial town meeting in 2020. The actual loan that we're looking to authorize is the $1,343,000. And there's also funding, this is a 55%, 55 loan and 45% grant. And we will receive a grant of $1,059,788. And I did just want to bring one thing to the council's attention. You don't need to read through this, but approve it. But clearly, Jim Kern is no longer here as the town manager. So that would be signed by me, not the town manager, Jim Kern. That's how long ago this project has been going on. So I just noticed that, and Amy and I were going back and forth on text about that.
I'm sure we can find them, right?
I'm sorry?
I'm sure we can find them if we need them, right?
So, so what we're looking for is the council to authorize, approve the resolution as presented.
Thank you, Mary Ann. I will make a motion that we approve the incurrence of indebtedness of $1,343,000 financial capital improvements at the Block Island Water Company, USDA Bulletin 1780-27.
Second?
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor? Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Sven?
Aye.
And Mark? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 12 on the agenda is to receive and act on deer and pheasant hunting dates for the 2027, 2023 previously submitted, and 2024 initial proposals to the town councils seasons recommended by the Deer Task Force. Obviously, given the memo we got today that we haven't had a chance to even look at or discuss. Millie, when can we put this on another agenda?
The next agenda would be the 7th of February.
In that, I believe it's March, these have to be finalized for
They
DEM.
have to be in by the end of February. Yeah,
Okay.
and just to point out quickly, the Deer Task Force met last night.
Right.
They gave you that recommendation that you have in front of you, which is, that explains the timing.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
they're, there you have it.
Yeah.
So-
Right.
Could we ask them, sorry. I've asked this before, but could we ask anybody who's submitting a deer calendar schedule of dates to do it on a calendar format? We always get screwed up with this list of numbers and
Yeah.
not knowing what day it is, not knowing when the weekend is, not knowing when the
School
pheasant
vacation,
days
yeah.
are, when school vacation is.
And I do-
I'm just
I
gonna
do
vote
have
against the
that.
whole thing,
I do have that as a supplement, so I can certainly get that.
but I just,
Yes.
and I wanna get rid of all the deer.
Doug, Michelle?
There's also either a mistake or a misprint in something that was already approved for next year. There are 6 days in a row in January, which means there's a weekend or a misprint.
Yeah.
Should be
And
corrected.
Doug, that did make that correction and
Thank
did post it later today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Blaine?
Yeah, again, is there any way that could be done at like a work session? So it's just like a one-off, because what happens is it ends up getting, you'll have an agenda with 20 items on it, and we're in the same boat, but nobody has really had a chance to study this or ask questions or.
Well, we can certainly, I mean,
It's not
we,
gonna make a difference what kind of meeting it's at.
Well, just about hunting dates. I mean, it doesn't have to be an all-night thing. It would be a one, just, it would, to my mind, there are people that have concerns about hunting on vacation. There's some information in part of the minutes of the Deer Task Force. I don't know where they're getting it from, but it's incorrect. I mean, some of these things need to be addressed.
We could put that on the top of an agenda.
Yes.
Easily.
Or at the very least, have it early in the meeting. if
Yep.
that's
On the top
possible.
of an agenda, yeah, no worries.
And can I ask that we, I guess perhaps it's Matt Moynihan, look into refrigerated trailer? Chris has raised this with me, as have others. And I'm sure Chris would be available and others to talk to Matt about it as a possibility for next season.
And that has been brought up and.
Yeah, and
I do think that's a good idea, try it and see what.
Sort
and
of
see
look
what
at it at least, yeah.
And we miss a lot of things we don't want to try and go ahead, Jed, Doug. Uh-oh. Come on, Doug. Come on, Doug. You're already up. You're already standing up.
Don't we still have the body cooler at school?
Don't spit on his place.
Can I make a comment?
I see that the school superintendent's ready to go here, so.
Is there a restaurant that has a big cooler?
Let's discuss this cooler situation on the 7th, okay?
For that meeting, can we also invite the Deer Task Force to join us for that meeting?
Yeah, anybody can come to our meetings.
No, I know that, but I don't know if it would help Millie to invite the Deer Task Force to that meeting so we can have a discussion. And I think what I've heard so far tonight is weekends, holidays. I would like to look at the pheasant. I mean, no hunting on weekends, no hunting on holidays. I would also like to look at the overlap of those dates and bow hunting so early, So I think there's a number of things, including the pheasant and deer overlap.
Okay, and, all right, so we're just gonna put this item off to the February 7th. When we can have a robust discussion about it. Thank you. We'll return now. I think the presentation is ready to go. So that item on the agenda is a letter of support from the Rockland School Stage 2 Gymnasium and Heating, Ventilation, Air Conditioning renovations.
So thanks for having me. Sorry about the delay. I've been staring at this laptop for the last 2.5 hours with the same image and all of a sudden, woof. So, we're here today, simply because we wanted to have a brief discussion about where we are with the RISE process for the renovations to the school. Where we were at 2017, we had a Jacobs report, which actually Jacobs was an engineering firm that went to all of Rhode Island and did a access and physical record of all the good and bad things of all the schools in Rhode Island. From that, we came up with different various projects that had to be addressed at the school. From that, we started working on some of those projects, which led us up to RISE Stage 1. Now, we went through and identified what we needed for RISE Stage 1, which was to replace the HVAC system, repair and resurface the exterior of the gymnasium, also along with replacing some of the plumbing fixtures to meet the CHIPS, which is the high proficiency school certification, and also add some shelves to the science room. Now, when we submitted this in stage 1, the total cost would have been $9.3 million. So we had RIDE come out and do their normal visitation to review all this, and while they were out there, they suggested, well, now that you're at this, if you went and added a little bit more and installed, let's for example, install the geothermal system, you could get above the $10 million mark, which would enable us to be qualified for benefits. The main benefits that we would be qualifying for is the educational enhancements. We would already be getting the health and safety deficiencies. And as we look at the next slide, the bonuses equal the educational enhancements are 5%. We would have gotten also the health and safety deficiencies, another 5%. RIDE, Rhode Island Department of Education, would always give you that 35%. So that enables us for a total of right now 45%. Now to translate that into what the cost would be. Again, what I stated is that if we are $10 million and above, then we qualify for these extra bonuses. So that's an extra $500,000, which has to be spent on educational enhancements. Please note that this all has to be submitted at the same time, and I'll get into that in a second. So let me revisit this. We've already submitted stage 1. We put off submitting stage 2 last September 15th because we wanted to be able to add the geothermal and the educational enhancements to be able to get that extra bonus. Now, this is where we are right now, and I'm going to explain what we added in a minute, but I want to explain that our next submission date is February 15th. Now, last night we went in front of the school committee and did this very same presentation. And what we're looking for is we need local support from the school committee and from this committee here to be able to submit to the RIDE Stage 2 on February 15th. I'm just going to go over what the RIDE Stage 1 submission is, and that is again to do the gymnasium, to do and replace the HVA system, and we added this geothermal system along with the things that need to be done in the science labs. So in order to find out what we want to do with that $500,000, we needed to do something that we call visioning. We need to meet with the students, as you can see here. We met with staff, we met with certain stakeholders, we met with the teachers, pretty much everyone that had interest in it. Normally, the visioning is something that is a 3-4 day type of thing. But because RIDE gave us this deadline and we didn't have the normal time that we would spend in it, we kind of did it into a mini series. Now, what we came up with is that the needs that the school identified are a new weight room. We need to have the new music room. Now, again, you have an existing music room that can't be used right now, because once we finish the upgrades to the HVAC system, then that room can be used because now you have fresh air exchange. But to make it into an educational enhancement, we were talking about the black box theater. Again, I'll get into that. Some of the other things that we talked about were the educational workroom, retrofitting the physical therapy and occupational therapy room. There's always need for new storage, to retrofit the nurses area, add a maker space, and provide a special education office at a centralized location. Now, I highlighted the weight room because we have a situation at the school that has been there for decades. And that is that there's water penetration coming in through the front of the school and to the side of the school. This water penetration is something called hydrostatic pressure. Very simply, it's water that pushes through a wall. If that wall isn't sealed tight, water comes in. So because of that, that's one of the things that we need to fix first before we do any of the interior work. So once we've done all of that and then everything is waterproofed, then we can go ahead and start doing some of the interior renovations that we were talking about. Now, this is an overview of the plan, and I'm gonna get into more detail, but basically, again, this is where we're fixing the waterproofing. And I have the two plans up because I also want to show this little area here. We're trying to find storage areas in a very creative way throughout the whole school. And I'll get to that in a second. So if I zoom in now into some of these areas. Again, the water is now fixed around this building, so that enables us to take what was the weight room here and make that into a makerspace. That also enables us to take the existing theater, now it can be the existing music room, make it into a music room, but also have the ability to make it into a black box theater. The other things that we'd be moving around is now the weight room is here, features workroom is now here, expanding the physical therapy, occupational therapy, redoing the nurses suite where it's now up to date and not infiltrated by water, and adding in the special education office. As you can kind of see here. So some of the main interior things that we want to talk about is the music space. Now, of course, we don't have the space for an auditorium, and we would love to have some type of theater music program. Now, in theater music programs that have a black box theater, of course, you're getting the kids that want to do the theatrics, then you're also getting the kids that are doing wood shop because now they're building the stage. You're getting videographers, sound production, and being able to put in small productions here. When I say small productions, I say that because of the size of the space and the occupancy load and egress, we can only have 50 people in there in the audience. So that does lend itself to more of a black box theater. And this might be the impetus of having this program expand more and more to at some point, maybe we can get a regular auditorium that can support many other things. The other thing is a makerspace. Now, we've all heard about STEM, STEAM, and such, which is basically science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Makerspaces are geared to having kids go in there and do something called project-based learning. What that is that these kids, let's say even the younger kids, are given a project. They've got to pull upon their knowledge of mathematics, science, and all the other things that they learn to be able to make this. Now, there's also opportunities here in Nevada where you have the younger kids, which is perfect in your school. You have the older kids that are mentoring the younger kids, so both age groups are benefiting. Now, makerspaces don't have to be a big area, and they can actually happen in a lot of different areas. There's some schools throughout the world that are actually putting 3D printers in what used to be the old library, which is now a media center. It's not just books now, it's places that actually do and make this. So there's a lot of opportunities to not just have the makerspace in one room, but spread out and have it throughout the whole school once we get the program going. Now, usually I would have a very cool 3D model to kind of spin around in, but we will put that on the website somewhere. And what that is basically is just showing you what was the classrooms before, and it's a great way to answer questions. But I think that you're well enough versed of the school and the needs and the existing conditions that at this point, I'd just like to take on some questions. All right. Anybody have any questions for the
Yeah.
council?
I'll start you. What's repair and resurface gym exterior? Does that include the walls and everything else that's interior?
So right now, existing, what you have is if you're in the gym and you see that white plasticky stuff, that's insulation.
Yeah.
After the installation, you've just got your exterior wall. It's a metal wall, and what we're doing is we're hoping to keep the installation in place, fix where it needs to be, because it's still good. Simply replace all that exterior wall, all that metal. And that's what that entails. That also entails going up into where the soffit is, fixing anything that might be leaking up there, where the metal does come down and hit the Bergen CMU. There'll be new flashing there as well. I'm sorry, we're not.
And result, it would look brand new.
Yeah,
as
and
opposed to how it
I
looks.
missed, but we're not redoing it with metal, we're redoing it with a substrate of wood and cedar wood outside of that. Which actually in this kind of environment, cedars, as you can tell with all the houses around here, cedar is much more reliable in this type of island living than some of the metal that's going to corrode. And especially the connections through that metal is what is failing. Once you have those connections failing, rust just kind of spreads and you have a conversion.
I got a simple math question. So originally it was 9.3 million.
Correct.
And 35. We were eligible for a 35% payment from RISE.
Yes.
Which would make our bonded indebtedness on that roughly 6.1. Correct?
Correct.
RIDE says, I'll suspend editorial comment. RIDE says, you know what? You would spend an extra $700,000. Is that what we're talking about here? So it's a flat 10 million?
And that was money that was, remember, a year plus ago, but yes.
But yeah, we're talking about $10 million gross. And RIDE's match will be 45%. So our bonded indebtedness on this goes down to 5.5 million.
Not quite like that. RIDE does not reimburse. How it works is RIDE provides us what's called housing aid. And the percentage that they reimburse us, we have to pay the bond. We're still going to float a $10 million bond. And there's a principal and interest payment that we make each year, it's most likely over a 20-year period of time. And what they call as housing aid is the reimbursement of the percentage of the principal and interest of the bond payment for that particular year. So we still float the same.
So as a practical matter, we will be spending less if we increase the budget to $10 million.
Because of the bonus that we are eligible for, and the bonus we are eligible for is on the full
I
amount.
just wanted to walk through.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the most simplest way that I've heard it expressed in such a way. It is rather complicated, but you have to try to get it.
No editorial.
It's it was complicated, so you call it housing, and that's what messes everybody up.
Yeah, yes.
So can I ask a quick question on the inside of the gym, which right now I think is somewhat of an embarrassment. What's going to happen with the inside? I understand you're going to keep the insulation where it's good. Help me with what's it going to look like on the inside?
So on the inside, we will keep the installation, but when we look at the CMU, the concrete masonry units that are in there and in some other places, you see this pulpiness that's happening. What that is that as water comes down inside a concrete block, it leaches out, and it's called effervescence. And that effervescence is caused by that water buildup. When we fix everything, we will go, and there's a process of kind of expunging the effervescence, sealing it, and then actually cleaning it with a pressure coat. So that's kind of the eye wash that we're doing on the inside. Now, once we get in there and look at the insulation, there might be big areas that we need to replace. So we actually are putting a certain amount of monies that are, if we find these types of incidents, it's padded out in that cost. And basically we're going to make it as nice as possible. Now, we did not plan on putting an interior board in there. I think the best thing to do is that once we do have another estimate that we need to have for stage 2, there are some things that we would like to add to it, and we know that that's one of the things that we can add, that we would like to add if the numbers come back right.
And also, we're gonna do a temporary fix to some of that eyesore, just what we talked about that.
we're getting some plywood to cover up some of the spots that have been up. So that's in process, just a temporary until this whole process goes on, but hopefully gym will be renovated and look much nicer.
And last question, what about disruption? I mean, it's sort of all around the school. It's obviously the gym. How is one phasing, staging? How do,
That's, you got the word right there, it's phasing. So our big things that we have to look at is first getting the hydrostatic pressure solution done to the front and sides of the buildings. Now, destructive wise, that can actually be done pretty much any time of year. We have to look at fall, the freeze and fall of the different seasons, because that's also one of the indicators that we can find out where the problem is coming from. So the engineers will take a look at all of that and kind of give suggestions on when that can happen. But when it comes to the interiors, that can normally be phased, during the summer seasons. We also have 5 years to be able to spend this money, so it does not have to be done in one summer. But the next thing for us to do is to look at the phases, so it does not disturb any of the students and any of the activities that could happen during the school day or after the school day. Thank you.
Sorry, I've got a question, and a few people in this room will remember this. We've been fixing the water leakage in that school for 50 years. There were when I went to school, there were problems. So Chris, when was it really going to get fixed this time?
I had good faith in that. Now, here's the thing with water. When I looked at some of the things that were done to be able to try and fix it before. When you have a problem with water, you might have a leak over in this side of the building, and the water's going to show up over there.
Yeah, I got all that.
The fixes that were done previously were really trying to pinpoint and look at where the water was penetrating on the inside. So we have some very good hydrostatic engineers and engineers that kind of understand the materials that are going to come out and do testing. So when I did mention about coming and testing when you have frost and thaw, that is a big indicator of where things might be at fault. So that's as much as I know about some of the science that they do, but we need to get them to come in and really pinpoint where the problem is, and then try and tackle it that way.
And also, I just add from, talking to the architects with my own frustration, to me, that's one of the very important things that this does, is address something that's been around, I heard, as many as 90 years.
Well, you're talking about the front of the school?
Yes, the front.
That's the original part of the building.
Yes.
So it is, it's 90.
Yeah,
The
I've
school,
heard that from some of the veterans, that they know that it's been, when people graduated and remember having water in that corner of the building. I know that some of the repairs I heard that were done were like sealing the front bricks, adding flashing, things that you would typically do thinking that that might help. But now I think what they're talking about now, especially with new technology, if you show that picture, it's obviously water pressure coming up from the floor or where the floor and the walls meet. And so there's new technology where they can put in perimeter drains, sump pumps. There's all kinds of things that can be done that haven't been tried. They tried the simple things in the past.
I'm sorry, Doug, do you have any recollection of any of this?
Oh, yeah.
I thought they'd done
You want me to call Barbie? She lived in that room.
a lot. Doug's wife, she taught there for basically her whole career teaching. And I thought they'd done this from the outside in thing.
It still leaks, I can attest.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, let's figure, I guess would really like to have everything that's been done, not what somebody thinks was done, moved here 40 years afterwards, but what actually happened and didn't work. Because, God, I don't want to be another town council be sitting here 20 years from now hearing the same story.
So my understanding, because again, I'm very passionate about that fix of all of this. I mean, I love the educational fact that we're gonna get all the educational benefits. To me, this is the most important part. because
Yeah.
It has historically not been resolved. And Secotio and Associates have been with us for a long time. So Mark Secotio did tell me that at one point they were hired to do the level of water protection that I described, which is they sealed all the old bricks with water seal, like, we would buy at Home Depot water sealer to seal, and I'm sure they did better stuff than I think, but they would seal the outside edge. I saw the flashings where they put flashings on. I know that their company was hired, I don't know how many years ago, but, and you're new to the.
I do.
I'm new to the district, you're new to the company.
I
But
remember.
it was done at one point, if you guys remember, you folks, Liz, you've been
No,
living there.
I've only been, I was next door, I was the neighbor.
Yeah, but.
No, it was
done
a, it
by
was
the
a,
company, but that didn't work.
Secosha was around the early 2000s.
Yeah, but now I know there's newer technology and it's pretty clear that it's coming up from below as opposed to coming down through windows or bag joints and those sort of things.
So basically,
We all-
if you.
We knew
you
that
look
when
at
I
the
was in
screen,
school.
What was done in the past, as I've looked at research into it, is that they came down, went as far as they could, sealed the brick, added the flashing, but they did not go between a certain point below the grade, which is normally where the problems happen, is where you have a wall that comes down that meets a slab. There's probably no drainage in there. So what we're at the minimum proposing is going in there and doing a lot of that work. And then kind of really going around the perimeter where we think, and we're going to test that water is penetrating and try and solve it that way.
Okay, I guess I was more optimistic when past plans were presented than I should have been.
Mike, is there a standard warranty on upgrades like this? Because it seems like we have been going back with so many heating issues. I mean, geothermal, that's pretty sophisticated. What's a warranty on something like that, or what you're proposing to fix?
So geothermal, I have to look into, because that's technology that I used in the past, but I am not up on the latest technology over the past, let's say, 5 years. And I know that's come a long way. When we're looking at this problem with the hydrostatic, unfortunately, there's really no guarantee with it because you're working with a building that is 90+ years old. And unless you put in a very expensive new wall that is next to it, then they will give you a guarantee, which is basically making a new kind of a new building outside of the old building, which is very cost prohibitive at this point. So this at the moment is the most cost. The best cost that we can do to try and fix it with this technology that we have without coming in with a whole new structural system.
And the other thing is that we did send engineers to do test bores on the geothermal, to make sure that the geothermal, how many, like, it had to be designed by engineers to know how to bring up that water and make our heating system more efficient. So that's another bonus, by the way, is by adding geothermal, our energy consumption will be much less. And our cost for fuel or for heating will be less by adding a geothermal unit. So it was a nice upgrade. And I think it also goes with the ecology-minded, community that you would like us not to use a lot of fossil fuels and to have a system that's the most efficient, and geothermal is.
Can you remind me, I just want to make sure I got the dates right, because it's been a while since I used this. The two bonuses that you will be applying for, the education one and the, safe and healthy. We need to sign a contract by December 31st, 2022. Is that the case?
I believe you're right.
So just so you know, this is going to be a fast track.
Sure.
Yeah, and
Well, yes, well, as far as I know, that we were actually surprised we could push back to phase 2. We were gonna put it in September 15th.
Right.
They did give us the option for, coming next month on the 15th. But it does have to be done quickly because again, there's so many important things that that building needs. The heating system has to be addressed first, has to be addressed next summer. Because right now, we're limping along with a heating system that we've been, thank goodness for Tom, he's helping me out. But, we're doing the best we can with what we got. But it will be phased, and it has to be done quickly, so we can at least get the heating system done. Ideally, we can get the gym done, and then the other pieces, thank goodness, it's, the bonus money is gonna give us academic enhancements that also address an issue that's 90 years old. So it's kind of exciting, and I think it's really important for the school and the school community, from the staff, who are working in there, like Liz is working in a room that sometimes has water in it, but she's a trooper. And so is our art teacher and, then the other room. So I see this as trying to make this building really a special place for the kids and staff.
Does anybody else have any comments on this? Questions, Doug? Two questions. Is it geothermal on the athletic field? Is that the end of the athletic field?
Nope, in fact.
All underground?
It's all underground, and if they're gonna do that construction, they're gonna put a nice new athletic field that'll be up to date, so they'll have the right layers of substrate and it'll be seated properly. So you get a new field out of the field too.
Okay, what if you find out the school's sitting in the water table? Does that be able to take care of that with pumps?
They've already bored out there to take a look at where the water table is and how to be able to do it. So far, we know that we need 15 borings that go down 200 some feet. The geothermal coils themselves goes down, depending on the height. But we already know that we're.
They did it.
And even if the water table was up, a good example is Cornell University does the same type of thing, but their coils are actually in Seneca Lake, one of the lakes that are right there, so they can be actually submersible.
Because the building next door is dry. But this one's silver, so. Water table's moving. Hey, good luck.
I believe it's about 51. Do you remember it was 51 or 56?
Mike.
1,000 square meters. Almost certain. I have it, hold on one second, I will give you a few minutes, I can find out.
Hey, can I ask a question? What are this, so school board voted unanimously last night, sending a letter. We vote tonight, send a letter. What's the turnaround time at RIDE? And the reason I'm asking is we're probably at the lowest interest rate environment right now that we're going to have maybe for the foreseeable future. So how quickly does that turnaround happen at RIDE?
The RIDE will get their response to us by mid-May. This will most likely, the authorization from the voters will be at the
Will be
financial
in
town
May,
meeting
yeah.
in this coming May.
Right.
And it'll be based on the numbers, based on the applications they submit.
One last question. Does this include any, whether it's painting or enhancements to the building as a whole, for interior especially? So that, when you're walking down the halls, it's upgraded, so that there's sort of a enhancement, or is it literally room by room? And is there a way to lift the water level?
So RIDE is very specific about what we're touching. So we can't say that we're going to do a whole new fresh paint, unfortunately, on the inside. But one of the things that I did not put in mind is, depending on how the numbers come back, we're also looking at educational enhancements as in adding FF&E, which is furnishing, finishes, and equipment. What we'd like to do is that we know that there's a lot of classrooms, even the ones that we're not touching, we're allowed to put new furniture in there. But it has to align with the estimate, and then we have to then prove it to RIDE. So there's some give and take in there, but we're hoping that that's going to come to fruition.
Thank you. You have the answer on the square footage, it's 56,161 square feet. On the top, just want to find those sit back up there. Yeah, let me turn that over. Does anybody need it anymore? Oh, good, all right.
So we need a motion.
Please.
You need a motion from us on the topic.
I did provide the town manager the same letter that the school committee chair and I signed. So she had a copy of that. If you have them, if I didn't, I can forward it.
Yeah, I think,
You know, a letter of endorsement from the town manager and the chair. Yeah, so a letter of endorsement from the town manager and chair that you're endorsing this project. Still not approved, it still has to go to town, you know, there's still a whole process of actually funding it. But it's just a letter of endorsement on your part.
sure. So I'll make a motion to authorize the town manager and is it you signing them?
This letter is signed by you and the.
Right, that's what my question was, is authorize the, I'll make a motion to send a letter of support for the Park Island Stage 2 Gymnasium and HVAC renovations.
Second?
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Keith, Martha?
Aye.
I am in favor, and Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We're on number 13.
Thank you.
We've taken care of 11 and 12. Thank you so much. I can't let it go without saying that when they did redo the school last time, they tore down the auditorium and when the community was promised it was going to get rebuilt. And I think it's, here we are talking about a black box theater and a music room. And I'm hoping that this project, you know, sees with these and not what we were given last time and the promises that were made, because I firmly believe a theater, and I've known this because we've done theater at the church, brings every single person in this community out. And that would be the community center. If Mary Ann can find some money to give you to build the auditorium back, which, you know, wishful thinking at this point, but
Stage in the gym.
I'm just curious.
it was out the back door of the cafeteria. It was attached. It was ripped down and we were told it was going to be rebuilt and
There was a stage in the
No, the
gymnasium.
end of the gymnasium.
the
The end
gymnasium.
of the first gymnasium.
There was a stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't an auditorium.
Well, it was semi.
You could use it as such.
There's a gymnasium and the stage is on the far end behind the curtain.
Right, and the stage and the gymnasium was retrofitted into classrooms, wasn't it? Isn't that what happened?
What?
The gymnasium was retrofitted into classrooms and the new gym was built.
Library.
Yeah, it's all classrooms now, yeah.
Yeah,
Two floors.
yeah.
Some
Thank you.
school districts are so unfortunate, they have a cafeteria auditorium. Where this giant room serves as multi things, cafeteria, auditorium, gymnasium, all in one. You know, so.
Yep.
But the point is that we have a drama club, this black box will help to bring people in. And hopefully that encourages us to, as a community, to find other spaces for drama, because it's so important.
No, it is. Thank you so much. 13 on the agenda, discuss an act on the change order number 1 to Cardi Corporation for the West Beach Road project, reducing the total by $4,730. Mary Ann, just a quick rundown and then Keith's a little ahead of himself here. Don't start with me.
Second. What's before you this evening is a change order, and this change order is a decrease in the total contract amount, not an increase. And it's $4,739.72. So I'm requesting the council to authorize that I can execute that change order.
1% decrease.
I'm sorry, yes.
We'll take it. I will make a motion to approve the change order, number 1 to County Corporation for the West Beach Road project, by reducing the total by $4,730.
$39.62.
My agenda says something different, but fill in those blanks.
Yes. And 67 cents.
$4,739.62. Second by Sven. All those in favor, Mark?
Oh, only one question. Is this the first time ever a change order has resulted in a decrease?
I have seen other change orders in my Korea with decreases, but they've been far few between.
All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Sven?
Aye.
And Mark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Discuss and act on the meets and bounds and Scotch Beach access. Martha, I'm gonna let you take this one over.
We got,
We got them. So
we
this,
have a 2019 survey. Where is it? We have a 2009 survey when the land was given, and where is the survey?
I have it after some minutes. There were-
I've got it here somewhere.
it's,
It wasn't with everything else. Too many pieces of paper. This is fine. So, as far as I can tell, and we need to have somebody else look at this. It appears that, that's not the right one. This is it. It appears it just needs to be, right now, we just gotta find them. Find the markers. There are concrete markers on one side and granite markers on the other side. This was done 2019, just before Ed left. And then we had an interim, and then we had COVID, and everything just went into a file. And Charlene said, oh, I've got that. Somebody who knows engineering better than I has to look at this and see, be sure this is what we need. But it looks like we got it. And if we've got it, all we've got to do is find the markers. And then just, we're going. Know where you are before you start up on a new project. And hopefully that's it. And that's all I had. I guess.
thank you.
So can we have Jim look at the garden?
You want that? There you go.
Yeah, I've got it here somewhere.
Okay, so Mary Ann's gonna have,
So thank you, Chris, for bringing that up. And it put us on our little search mission, and we found it.
next item on the agenda is the legislative agenda, which will include a prohibition on the Class C liquor license, low-speed vehicles, tourism improvement district. And Gary Pilata request for a Class T liquor license, right, Millie? There's nothing in there's no utility district.
No, the utility district.
Okay.
is out in error.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what we'll do is we'll go from one to the next. Prohibition of the Class C liquor license. Who wants to pursue this on the council? Who doesn't? So we don't waste any time talking about something that we don't need to. Martha's brought this before us. I don't know.
I mean, I view it as purely housekeeping, as eliminating the Class C that everybody knows is
Thanks,
going
Tom.
to turn into a Class B. And let's be honest about it. And other towns in the state have done this. Situate, Coventry, and I can never remember the third. But anyway,
I support it.
Millie, do we, so if we have a Class C and someone asks for it, do we have to give it out?
yes.
Yes, we have.
Because that's an important question. There's one available, you have to give it out if they meet. Okay. How do you feel about this? You guys, anybody?
I think it's a great idea.
I think it's a good idea to shut it down. I keep it on the agenda.
Well, we're either gonna move forward with it with a resolution, someone will write a resolution. You know what I mean? Like, not, like, so we can dispose of it this
Okay.
evening. So we want to get rid of the Class C license? So what's the motion on that? Come up with a resolution to send to the state and,
That's a resolution for the next meeting. For the next meeting, yeah.
okay.
So if that's, we're doing to bring back the next.
I'll make a motion that we, what?
You want to just go through them all first and then make it, or we have to make a motion on each one?
Well, I imagine some we're gonna keep and some we're not.
They probably do one at a time.
One at a time.
Make a motion that we produce a resolution in support of removing the Class C liquor license from the town? Would that be a proper motion?
Second.
Any discussion on that? Anybody from the council feel the need to comment on that? All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
I'm in favor, and Sven? Motion will carry 5-0. Low-speed vehicles, this came up before us. I personally don't like the idea. I don't think it's gonna reduce traffic. I think it's gonna clog traffic because they can't go fast enough, and quite frankly, when people are in a rush, they're in a rush, and I don't think low-speed vehicles are gonna help the traffic situation on Block Island at all. My opinion.
I agree with you. I think that this will probably add vehicles rather than reduce the overall number of vehicles. I also frankly don't feel like we should expend the town's political capital on this. In other words, if the advocates for it can get a bill raised and have it get feet, they can approach us about whether we want to submit a letter in support.
True. Move forward? No?
No, I don't want it. I'm usually open-minded about things like this, but until we have a good, strong, long meeting to discuss all the potential problems coming forward now with the new things that are coming out there, I don't want this to be yet another one. So.
Right. Okay. Do we need to take action on that? Do we need a motion for that, do we? No, okay. Tourism Improvement District, Jess Willie's here. She's been here in many meetings, talked about this twice, had a meeting in the summer. Council, do you want to hear from Jess, or do you have any ideas?
I guess I was the one who was partially at the meeting in August, for as much as I could be. My next step would be that we should get on the agenda, have maybe the person who gave that presentation actually present it to everybody again, virtually possibly. I think we all need to increase our knowledge of what this is. It's a fairly big ask. It's a fairly big shift. I think if we're going to push for this, we really need to know more about it. And I know a little bit. I think I know more than many at the table.
Anybody? Any other council comments? I mean, we've had 2 meetings. I don't support it. I just want to, I think I indicated that the other night. It's a tax. It's an assessment or a tax, and I don't see any need to go down there.
Okay.
But I'll let you guys decide.
I think it's interesting enough to continue to engage in conversation about it and get a sense of what analogous communities are doing and get a very clear sense, perhaps by, at a meeting at some point this year from the individual businesses who we think, would likely buy in, et cetera. But I think it's interesting enough to continue to talk about.
Okay. Martha?
I'm not in favor of pursuing it right now. And I think if the state wants to do it across the board, like the arts districts, that's one thing. But this just seems a disaster with making of all of these different districts and different rules.
Mark, move forward.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you want to move forward?
I'd like to hear their pitch again, because I really never heard it.
Really? Okay, Jess, do you want to?
I was gonna say, follow on.
Twice.
I know.
I was just going to say, to follow up on what Sven said, be more than happy to bring in the liaison who's been educating our board and others about this. It's about a half an hour presentation. You would want to leave a little bit more time for questions. So if you want to schedule it in before moving forward, I'm happy to do that. Just as a reminder that it doesn't go anywhere until we have a letter of resolution from the town council. We're trying to get it into this legislative session because we missed the last one. So obviously, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We move it forward to next year. It comes out. But timing is, I don't want to say it's everything, and it's not, it can continue on, but it's definitely, if it's of interest enough and you want to have her come in and speak for 30 minutes, then I could, happy to set that up. It's just having your time to listen to that if you want it.
And you remember that our legislative calendar is a little bit longer than.
Yep. But like Martha said, if you don't want to pursue it at this time, then that's the end. That's fine for this year. And then we.
No, I only meant that there isn't a rush to get this in before February.
We'll schedule that. 3 counselors want to keep moving, so schedule that with that woman and Mary Ann and.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be a half hour either. We know a little bit about it. I think it could be condensed.
Well, Sven wanted to hear that. It doesn't matter how long it is. We'll have a meeting.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I think getting smarter and having better legislation.
Whenever the council has time, we'd be happy to
So for
schedule that.
30 minutes, do you want to try doing it before council meeting? Okay.
Sure.
I'll coordinate with you.
We can coordinate that. That'd be great. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Jess.
Thanks, Jess. Gary provided a request for a class 2 liquor license. Any thoughts on that?
This goes back to whose political capital is being used to.
All right.
That's about a theater and I don't know.
I don't think, was the legislation that exists, I thought they were for-profit historic theaters in Burrillville and Newport.
They
It's
are.
nonprofit. I think it's nonprofit.
We have it.
historical, and it's-
No, I thought it was
the one that's for profit.
They amended the legislation in Burrillville.
2 communities, right?
But they were historic.
Burrillville and Newport. Burrillville and Newport include nonprofit cultural organization for-profit historical theaters located in Newport and the town of Burrillville, with the primary purpose of providing a support system to deliver and coordinate various art activities for the benefit of the communities, the theater they serve, and provide live, regularly scheduled theatrical production on a regular basis throughout the year. That's what the legislation currently is for those 2
And
communities.
it follows by, I'll finish that. It says in all events contributing toward the goal of providing quality artistic experiences for the community. What do you want to do?
If he wants to put something more comprehensive together, I just don't think we should be spending time on it.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Mark?
I just keep thinking about the theater and the loss of a theater. That's what I keep thinking about.
So if you could give us a presentation about what the vision is,
Mhm.
because remember, and I don't mean to criticize him, but when he came to speak to us, his rationale was, I used to have this, I let it lapse, and now I can't get it again. But there wasn't a broadly articulated vision for what the theater was going to be. I'd like that.
I'm
Theater
fine.
for the community.
I'm fine with that, but I'd like to see that theater actually, I'd like to see it in action before. Promises are promises, and we've seen those before.
That's
I'd like to see the theater. Well, legitimate theater. A primary purpose of providing a support system to deliver and coordinate various arts activities for the benefit of the communities the theaters serve, or that provide live, regularly scheduled theatrical productions on a regular basis throughout the year, and all events contributing toward the goal of providing quality artistic experiences for the community.
Well, there is a historic, he's going into the historic, but he hasn't outlined it.
Right, but that's the historic, that's the T, that's describing the T.
He's asking for.
Right, but it's a retail shop now, isn't it?
I'm not allowed to go in the theater, I'm banned from it.
So I
That's
guess-
happened.
I guess if he wants to put together a presentation, we'd be open to putting on an agenda. but in the same breath, it's not on my list.
Jess Willie.
Sorry.
I have two comments, one question, two comments. The question I'm sure has been asked before. Is it because, I know it's too close to a church to actually have it, but is it because it was grandfathered in before he had it? Like even if you had a Class T license, wouldn't it be available because it's too close to the church?
You know, that only applies to certain licenses and not this one.
Okay, gotcha.
Before.
Okay.
But he hasn't had it for years. so
Gotcha.
it's irrelevant.
I just know that it's been circulating around. And the other comment is, most of the time retail, there were, I believe, at the end of the season, a few movies shown at the very end, but mostly retail through the whole summer.
And no live. What's this?
Define live theater. He has somebody sometimes playing piano before the things, but that was not recently. That was over 2 years ago.
Okay. How do you want to handle this? Okay, we have a letter from him though,
I
right?
think he's only over in, Stratford.
Okay. No action on the Class T? Possibly in the future? Correspondence? Oh, sure, I see your hand up.
Because, at a meeting recently on the legislative agenda, I outlined half dozen things that I would like to see. We didn't do this. Do we want them on the agenda or not? So do we want to should we do that at the next meeting? Because there are some things that I think we really may want to see. But maybe it goes best in our work session with the lobbyists. You know what I mean? I'm not insisting on this kind of vote, but
Up until this year,
cover the lobbyists, so.
up until this year, our legislative agenda has been 2 or 3 items. And this year we've got 4 items just tonight. So in trying to figure out how to filter out what we really want to go do, this is why these were kind of relatively easy. So if you want to have work sessions on other items of those, so we hash them out and we all know what we're asking, I'm fine with that. Or we can just put a few of them on the legislative agenda does stay as a placeholder. So if we're ready to discuss them, we can put them
Why don't I write them up and we'll have them.
as they go. That's absolutely fine.
I just didn't want to have done that first. They're in the minutes, which I appreciate.
Send a note. And I think all the councils, if you want something on the agenda, send a note. And usually in the past, like what we've discussed is having things be ready to discuss. So if it's something comes up like taxes or, changing tax structure, I would say whatever it was, some of those items, to put them before our staff and then have the recommendation come back to us. So, yeah, by all means, is that a good process? Do you think moving forward?
It was, quite frankly, my concern was that, I talked about some very specific housing ideas, some specific taxing ideas, et cetera, that to me were more important in terms of expressing sort of our philosophical objectives than some of the kind of more sort of the simpler. So I think, but I think we should talk about them with the lobbyists because it's entirely possible that they say, "Wait, you kidding me?"
Right.
I think that's what we should do first.
Yeah.
Keith, was
Homestead
Homestead on that menu? Okay.
Then I think gaining focus for the lobbyists,
Yeah.
Force
That's great.
to them.
That's great. I don't want to take any more time.
And one thing I would like to discuss with housing is the whole, the funding for the housing board. And how do we go about, we're allowed 5% of the land trust. The land trust is allowed to collect 5%, but they only collect 3%. Is it feasible for us to put in a housing bill to allow for the town to be able to collect to use that money for housing, which I know it's not allowed for now, collect 5% or it's like a type of sliding scale or something, however it would work. Of that 5% to fund the housing board for affordable housing, attainable housing, workforce housing, whatever you want to call it. But I do want to have that discussion. I don't want to go messing with the land trust legislation, but I'm thinking of a housing bill to allow for that. So I know that's not on the agenda right now, but I didn't want to put it there because I wasn't quite ready for that.
I mean, there's a lot to talk about on housing revenue.
Yeah.
You know, there are a number of states now that are taxing short-term rentals or enabling municipalities to tax short-term rentals.
Or limit them, or limit the amount that they can use of the housing stock.
It's all sort of in a pot that we ought to be.
Providence has an Airbnb regulation.
Really?
Yeah.
Is an Airbnb defined anywhere?
You know, that's a really good question. The way that most of the states have done it and the municipalities who have followed, don't break out Airbnb or VRBO or whatever. They just talk about short-term rentals being, in some states, it's 14 days or less. Some states, it's actually 31 days or less.
Jess, do you have any input, any information on this?
What Keith just said is right on. It's different, everybody sort of does it differently. If you want to talk about Airbnb, it would be short-term rental, but you have to define short-term rental on a hosting platform, a third-party hosting
Well,
platform.
I guess.
So, because out here, some people rent houses not through Airbnb, so you have to talk about the short-term rental market.
Well, I guess what I'm really asking is, probably not directly related even to Airbnb, more is there a definition of B&B? Is that something that zoning should have? I mean, we have a provision in our zoning that you can rent a couple of rooms in your house. And that is, has always been my understanding of what a B&B is supposed to be, not just people renting their houses online.
Right, Airbnb is a bit of a misnomer now because of what
Yeah, it's turned into
It's not about being a bed and breakfast.
Right.
It's a rental platform.
Yeah. Okay. We good? Can we move on? Correspondence, Nigel Grinley. Nigel sent an email, just gonna accept it, but just, it was about the West. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Michelle. Nigel sent an email about the West Beach revetment, and I'm just wondering if you can read, you did mention, I'm sorry, I don't mean you, Mary Ann.
Town engineers working with the DPW.
And his, exactly, and it was just, another person came in and had questions, we put it under correspondence, but I just was waiting for these answers to you. And I know you put it in your town manager's report, so I'm just gonna drop Mr. Grinley a note if you could, just to.
Oh, yeah.
And again.
Have you met Nigel? So he's doing a ton of work on the scientific study of the dunes, et cetera. So he has a lot of technical knowledge, and Matt, it might be worthwhile for Matt to meet him, just.
Yeah. And it just, that was just, something about, when people ask about different things in the town, correspondence. I think it's good policy to have it just referred to Mary Ann for an answer. Stephen Laura Hester, there's a correspondence from Stephen Laura. Keith mentioned reading, Sven brought it up at the other meeting. A lot of the items in that were mentioned and dealt with at the school committee meeting last night. I was there personally. I was impressed at what was going on there. There were some things that were said last night that really stuck with me from the audience. One of them was from Liz Dyer. It's about the human part. You made a nice, and how are we going to, what's the human part about getting along, right? And what are we doing about that? And that stuck with me because I thought it was a great statement, and I think this is a lot of, that's just.
I don't even like you on there.
I understand that. You and a lot of other people.
We gotta learn how to deal with everybody.
Yep, and I
This
just,
little planet.
It's not easy. It's gonna take time, but you're working on it. I think that's all we can ask for. Sarah Broccoli said some wonderful things. I was on the phone. I didn't know who was actually speaking, but there's certain voices that I know. I thought you were actually Charlie Weber for half an hour. I was like, he's great. He should be on the town council. However, but with that being said, if there's any kind of, outreach or initiatives the town council would like to take on to, support members of our community of any kind of, position, or any kind of race, creed, or whatever in this community, we should discuss that. So that's all I have to say about that. Council want to comment on any of that? That's fine.
It raised for me, the letter that we received, and I listened to the school board last night as well. That I actually have been working on a resolution for the town council on some of this sort of what we want our community to be as it relates to inclusion. So I'll be working on that, but I was really glad the conversation occurred at the school committee. I have to say, I thought the word tolerance was used too much last night when I listened to it, because I don't think this is about tolerance. Tolerance to me has a denotative definition that you're putting up with something, and that's not what should be going on. So I know, I think it's an old word. I don't think it's the word we want to be using now. And that was one of the big takeaways, I hate to say it, from my listening to that, was the overuse of that word, because that's not what we're after.
I think you're making a good point that in the past, when we're talking about global tolerance, really what we want to talk about is inclusion, not tolerance. And it's an old phrase that has been used a lot in the terms of global people getting along. But really, it shouldn't be tolerance, it should be inclusive, which is kind of, I think, to Liz's point, we want to include everybody and care about everybody. And that's what we want.
Can I say something? I think, because I did go on your agenda website and I see, of course, the letter from the administration. I think I really agree with, I think there are two separate issues in that letter. So I think it's tough to advocate for one while you're trying to fight a battle on the other front. But I think if you break it down, I think there is one specific issue that should be, bullying of any kind. And so I think it muddies the water on the goals of, the Gay Straight Alliance. Because they're not, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, I guess I have conflicting issues in my head about what that's all about. So I think that bullying is here, and it includes everybody, because we probably all been there regardless. And then the initiatives of the GSA, which is, should be community supported, school supported, and it really, it should be for everyone.
Yep.
And I feel that way when I see it, because I see the signs and I notice them, and I know there's meetings, so that, but I wonder, does everyone really feel welcome? Because I know if I walked through school and I saw that, and I saw rainbow flag, which were all five, I would automatically think in my head, that's not where I'm not welcome, but it's not, we don't know enough about it for how it's advertised. I think that signage is important. So I think how it's presented needs to be not from a point of bullying, or we don't feel the same, or identify the same. I think it's gonna be like, let's just get together and work through, everything should be taken care of itself. We just sit down at the table, I think that's a really big thing that's missing, and that's my perspective. I think it's detrimental to everybody's mental health. I think it's very stressful to be anybody in that position at all, whether you're in the position of being bullied, or even the bully is pretty stressful for that reputation, because. So I think that if things are, I just found a lot of overlap, and I'm like, okay, let's advocate for the kids, but that bullying needs to be addressed globally, or whatever. Throughout the school, it just can't be because I identify, you identify differently, or not the same, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
it doesn't, it watered it down to me a little bit, so it's like, what's the community issue? So that's just my 2 cents. And, it's a work in progress, is something like you said.
That was more like a nickel, but I certainly appreciate your thoughts.
What did you say?
That was more of a nickel worth, but I certainly appreciate your thoughts.
The other, I know, I try, I'm sorry, I try to listen to the I Have a Dream speech every Martin Luther King Day, because I mean, it's not that long. But what's interesting in that speech to me every time I hear it is how current it remains. There's a lot of language that we have today that isn't in there, but there's an awful lot more than just, you know, black and white. And it's really, I mean, because I'm old enough that I barely remember that, but I remember when, you know, I remember that idea that it was all going to get better from here on in. And a few years later, people were being shot and we were in Vietnam was foaming, and we still seem not to have recovered from that. But I would really, if anybody didn't have the chance, you can find it anywhere on YouTube. That speech is still extraordinary. And it is broad.
I think too, I mean, honestly, I think the climate of COVID and stress and everything going on in someone's home or in the world, I think that plays a part in how everybody reacts. I don't know, maybe that's too deep, but you know what I'm saying? Like, not just it, like, oh, so it was a good time, and it wasn't a good time. I don't think we've righted ourselves in the school. There's no to a mask. There's not, there's not. We talk about the drama club, right? Black either you're an athlete or you're not. So I think that all of that, it's tough to, I would probably have a football.
I agree. You see, people are exhausted. You're absolutely right, Liz. I mean, people are just with the COVID. It's just, I mean, I'm not blaming COVID because a lot of people like say, I think you hear that, oh, it's COVID. I'm exhausted with everything, with the COVID. There's just so many aspects of it. You expected it to go away by now. And that's why I asked about the kids in the school and how they were doing. And, you know, and then, yeah, I kind of meant like, yeah, then how is that education going? That's what I really meant.
Second graders have never been in school without a mask.
Right.
The next step is everybody in support of Keith's sort of floating a resolution, thoughts?
Be happy to read a resolution in support of, we did a resolution in support of Pride weekend, but I don't know what Keith's got up his sleeve, but if he's got something to bring to us.
I'll write it.
I mean, the only thing about this particular letter, it was addressed to the school committee. The only thing about this particular letter, it was addressed to the school committee, and I think the school committee has been dealing with it and working on it. And I just, ask everybody here to consider if a letter was sent to us, copied to the school committee, and the school committee decided they were going to run with it. I think you'd all be pretty pissed off. So just remember that. We've all got to respect everybody else.
Well, I understand that too, Martha, but we also got correspondence from somebody, and I mean, if correspondence is sent to us, it's public record and it goes on correspondence. We don't have to discuss it.
That wasn't my point. You weren't.
No, I get your point.
I get your point. Julie, and go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that I've been a parent of Black Island School for 22 years, 22 consecutive years. And I got any bullying
or any, I've seen a lot of inclusion actually. I've spoken to my kids, I've spoken to my kids' friends, and I've spoken to many people, and I actually was very sad to read the letter because I felt it was very, it didn't very well done in school as I know it to be. I'm happy that the school committee handled it the way they did, and I was very happy to hear the progress that they're going to make, especially with the LGBT community and other communities. But I think that bullying is very misunderstood. I think that the definition of bullying is one thing, but the act of bullying is something else. And I don't think the act of bullying is happening in Bloodhound School. Just like the definition of stealing and the act of stealing are two different things. Bullying has to be bullying, has to include an aggression. I don't think we really have aggression. I think what it also has to be repetitive, there has to be an imbalance of power. There's different standards that need to be met to meet the definition of bullying. So I don't think it's bullying in the sense that everyone just, their mind goes to their bullying, like the big kid, not the little kid. But like I said, I'm glad that there's movement towards, more inclusion at Bloodhound School, but I wouldn't feel right not saying anything, and I really do believe Bloodhound School is a great place. I think that the kids are very inclusive. I think that they, for example, let's take sports, for example. Everybody makes the team. Everybody's included, girls, boys, good, bad, athletic, non-athletic. Everybody makes the drama club. Everybody's allowed to do whatever they can. That's what Title IX is all about. It's about inclusion for all kinds of things. Not just sexual discrimination or sex discrimination, not just sex discrimination, but also including for admission, for participation, and things like that. So I think some of the verbiage in the letter was really misguided to the reader, and it sounds like not a lot of people read the letter, which I was happy about because I don't think it portrayed Bloodhound School as a Bloodhound School nine. So I just didn't feel right not saying anything. I think it's a great place. I think the teachers, the coaches, I think the children, I think that, we have lots of students from different countries. I think my kids have totally enjoyed all of it. They've learned the language, they've picked up on their different cultures. That's the Bloodhound School that I know. And like I said, I'm glad that we're gonna make that even a larger circle. It's actually the school committee handle that.
Thank you, Julie. Steve, do you have a comment? You had your hand up, right?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think that throughout this whole process, we all get caught up a lot with what our definitions of LGBTQ inclusion looks like, what we think it should look like, what it does look like, how we feel about it. And I think that for those of us who are not an LGBTQ person, who are not actually in that community, we don't get to decide how people feel about it. We don't get to decide what is offensive to someone or what is not. We don't get to just decide, well, that's not the experience that I had or that my child had or that I've seen, or, we don't get to just make those blanket statements. I don't believe that, this can't happen and this never happens. And so we don't need to do anything about it. I think the amount of pushback that we've received just talking about it from different people in the community, teachers, administration, to me indicates that, it is a topic that we do need to think about and have some training in to learn, what are the new guidelines, the new rules, how it's not like it was when I was in high school. The things that you could say that were acceptable to say and were acceptable to do are not acceptable to say and do anymore. And I think that we all need to realize that. And, training is not something to be afraid of or ashamed of. Everyone has been very offended at the mere suggestion that we needed to do anything. And I think that, there's no reason not to get more training in a new topic. I mean, I feel like if it's new for me, it's also new for many other people too, So, I guess that's kind of my comment. I was pleased at the meeting last night. I thought that the superintendent working with NAMI to have Amelia Ortega come and do some training would be great. I hope that they're able to really do it. I know with COVID and things are difficult. We also NAMI has been talking to them since October. So, proof is in the pudding, I guess, as to whether it actually happens and comes through. I know, Andre, you mentioned the comments that you heard last night and some of the comments here, and I think that the way that you interpret the comments and the way that you hear them is not the same way that I hear them. It's not the same way that an LGBTQ person would hear them. I think that sometimes, you know, when we get caught up in trying to show that there's not a problem, it minimizes the way that the other person may feel about it. And, you know, I don't think that's fair to kids. I mean, these are kids that we're talking about. We're not talking about my feelings. We're talking about children. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's basically it. I think, you know, that they are working toward doing a better job. And so I'm hopeful that they'll have some training and that the teachers will take it seriously.
Thanks, Steve.
Do you guys think, and thank you, because do you think we work to help our children get along? Parents don't get along, children don't get along, and so I also want to ask you all, like, what are we doing to improve sensitivity of our student body overall? It's not about a teacher learning, because no one knows the background about, LGBTQ. You don't know my people, my family, so it's not that I'm insensitive or anything, but that's what I think we really have to think about. If we just want to, here's the teacher, like, okay, go to this class and let's cross our fingers, but I think people really have to dig deep, and I think that includes the students have to dig deep, and the parents have to support that, because it's really hard to have conflict in the school. And I know that you always, Block Island School is a great place. I was a new kid in April of 1970. It is hard to be a new kid. And I would say to my son Jake, when you see a new kid go up and just ask him who wants a piece of gum, like right here. I think kids don't even know that sensitivity anymore. It's a difficult world, but I think that, like Mr. Hester, I think that it's also like not just about training for the staff, it's about what's the message we're giving our kids, like, let's help them be more sensitive to each other, regardless of what you do. Anyway, that's what I just want to say. I think we have to also work on our kids.
We are a community.
It's just not about a teacher, because that teacher can sit there right on the clock, and guess what, or next year they're in another school, like, this is about stuff for the life for everybody.
Thank you. Council, anything further? Or Steve?
I forgot to mention, I'm glad Liz brought it up, the kids. When the whole thing started, it was about kids and the way that they talk to each other, and I think that the hope when the kids brought it to the administration, their hope, or at least what they expressed to me, was that, the administration would just talk to the kids in a general sort of way, not to single anyone out, not to get anyone in trouble, just to sort of say, hey, we can't say those words. There was a time, my mother has told me, growing up in Alabama in the 1950s and 60s, there were certain words you could use. And then suddenly, you're not allowed to use those words anymore. And that's just the kind of thing that, you have to tell children that. They don't know these things. If this is how they've heard LGBTQ people referred to their whole life, they don't know any better until someone tells them. And then this whole thing has morphed into this giant community, as one teacher put it yesterday, Hatfields and McCoys type of fight, which, I feel like there again indicates that, we all could do with some training. We all could do with learning how to deal with these situations in the future, so it doesn't turn into that. So you're not pitting one kid against another kid. And yeah, that's basically, it's about the kids and how they interact and treat each other. And it's trying to help them learn how to treat each other. So.
Thank you, Steve. Any other comments? Topic?
I'm just gonna say one more thing. It's also about the civility of the grown-ups. If the grown-ups can't be civil, we can't expect the kids to.
Yeah, that is true.
I say that as someone very free of children ever in my life, so it's easy for me to say. But I really believe it's true, and we've got to get back to civility.
Any other comments? We're gonna make it. We're gonna make the 11 o'clock deadline for our meeting, Martha. Okay, we have a note from Alicia Miro, affordable housing needs. We've all read it. We've been talking about it, probably, moving forward. Hopefully talking about that a lot. Item number 17 is minutes. I will make a motion to approve the December 8th, 2021 minutes, January 4th, 2022 minutes, January 5th, 2022 minutes, January 10th, 2022 minutes, 12:30 PM, January 10th, 2022, 4 PM, open and close, January 11th, 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
I was gonna try to wrap 18 in there too, but we can move 18. Motion has been made and seconded. No, we'll just do 18.
Okay, my only question is, from the past, if somebody was absent, we can still vote on it. Right? Good.
Second, all those in favor of approving those minutes, Keith? Martha? Martha, did you read the minutes? I'm in favor.
Yes, I
Sven?
read them.
Martha, not Martha, Mark, sorry.
Aye.
Motion will carry to approve those minutes. Item number 18 is discuss and act on opening the minutes of June 9th, 2021.
Start reading the minutes word by word, and add to them. You do.
Martha's gonna read June 9th meeting for us. I'll make a motion to open the minutes of June 19th, 2021.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? It's Keith? I know Martha's read those. Martha, and I'm in favor. Sven?
Aye.
Motion will carry 5-0. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Anybody not in favor? I should say that. Mark, oh, good. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thanks for sticking. This is probably the largest crowd we've had at 11 o'clock. Thank you for sticking around.